you're just a Trump supporter and you're just like, I like Trump, and you get a flag and you're a fucking loser. You have got to change the concepts you use that discuss our victimization. You have got to get out in the world and contend with the anti-whites who are destroying Western civilization. You've got to dump this old, superannuated, broken, used up white idea that there's going to be some sort of golden lion that is going to appear and do it all for us. Stop being such a lazy bitch. I mean, I think a lot of people learn this. Well, they learn it in the movies, they learn it in the storybooks, they learn it from stories handed down. They learn it at church, where you're always told, just get on your knees and pray. Just get on your knees and pray. God hates you. If you get on your knees and you pray, and that's what you do, he hates you. That's why your country looks like this. He hates you. Stand up and fight for what is yours. Fight for our inheritance. And then you'll suddenly discover the sky crack open. That's how God works.
Anti-white. Anti-whiteism. Anti-white narrative. Western kind. White erasure. You teach those 5 to the whole population of the West, to half the population of Western kind, and we will have our destiny in our hands again.
The real leadership has to just keep saying to the masses, if you are going to keep making the wrong decision, well, we'll just keep plucking these people out of the equation. Because I'm not going down with your ship. I'm not going to go to the bottom and be with all of the dead sailors under the seas, fathoms under the seas, under the seas. I'm not going down with you idiots. At some point, raw, real, angry, masculine, and extremely high IQ white men need to be in charge of this. Not little girls, not half Mexicans, not half Jews, not married to Jews, not all of this other garbage of so-called leadership for white people that spend their days hating on non-white races or pretending like white people aren't being attacked. No, we don't want that anymore. We want real, white, masculine, brilliant leadership that says enough is enough when it comes to victimizing our people. Not another step, not another inch, because if you do, you're gonna bleed, mother. You are going to bleed.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God. eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
We absolutely will on this. A happy Easter and happy Ostara today. Featured stories. Whites should be afraid, says the black mayor of Baltimore. We'll check that out. Easter attacked. Trans worshipped. Kaylee Gain, brain damaged but awake. Go free lesson of the day. We have a segment from a video where Michael Knowles is responding to Cool Papa J Magic. We'll take a look at that. MP, it's not about race. You'll get your opportunity to participate. Your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there's this. Last night, my buddy and I went out to an Easter dinner. Our waitress was nice and everything, but she had a black eye and a swollen lip. So I ordered very slowly because obviously she doesn't listen. And we are going free. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious Easter Sunday, Monday morning here on the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. Happy Ostara, happy Easter, every single one of you here. Wonderful to be with you, those who could make it and those who absolutely skipped everything else in the world so that they could be here in service to white well-being with the community that's changing the world. Because if you haven't noticed, the anti-whites are on the verge of abrogating Easter. And of course, an immense part of Western Kind's religious tradition. And we are not going to allow it to happen. You may financially gift yours truly over the course of this glorious Easter Sunday gathering. You may do so on Entropy, which is up and running. That is DB50's platform now, as you all know. We have D-Live is up and running as well. Odyssey is up and running. You have Cash App as an option to financially gift. Subscribe Star, finally, as an option to financially gift over the course of the gathering. And all comments or questions are read when you financially gift. Otherwise, if you would like to financially gift on a monthly basis without even having to think about it, you can do so by heading on over to knowwhiteguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab, and you will see your options, which can include some of the ones I already read, but some others as well. And we celebrate you on the first Sunday of every single month when you do so as part of the honors roll call and the all-stars as well among the honors roll call. If you would like to just have a comment, if you would like to have an argument, if you would like to be polite about it, though, you may tag me as No White Guilt across all of the different platforms that we are up and running on, including, I guess you can't contact me on Telegram, but you can watch me there. We're streaming. You can over there on YouTube. Of course, I'll be keeping my eyes open for that. On Twitter, we have that up and running. On Rumble, up and running. Over here on Entropy as well, on the Talk Heaven widget. D-Live and Odyssey, on all of these platforms, you can tag yours truly as No White Guilt, and I will speak to whatever your concern or question might be on this glorious Sunday, not Trans Day. Not Trans Day. It's Easter. Jesus Christ has arisen from the dead. And that's what Western civilization is celebrating, not this new infernal anti-white ideology, religion that they are forcing us to participate in. 555 is here. David is here. Julesy is here. Franklinator is in the house. We're going to go ahead. How do you like my new secret room I have in the background there? Perhaps you don't know. Through my closet, you walk into a library, my library, and there is an entire bookshelf there that swings wide. Behind that bookshelf is a vault door. And then behind that is a secret room. And you can just peer into it now if you would like. We're done messing around with the anti-whites. Cool Papa J Magic, a force of nature we're going to be talking about over the course of this gathering today. Several places. Kieran is here. Hello to you. Parody is here. And making slime, says Cool Papa J Magic. I don't know what that is. Is that, what tradition is that? Biospirit of the West is here. Nat Quinn is here. Slaughtz is in the house, and On is here. The Nameless One has also joined us. Spud Ruckus is here. Azimuth Clark is with us. Who else is here today? How do you like that waitress? Boy, she just doesn't listen. Obvious. It's obvious. Soul Existence says, enjoying Easter and family and no white guilt. Samuski is here. Great to see you. So many champions. The champions show up. Every day is a holiday for us. And so this is just another holiday in our service, embracing the struggle against anti-whiteism to end the victimization of our people and the recapture, therefore, of Western civilization. It gets worse and worse all the time. We're not the community who sits around just complaining about doom documenting, doom dissecting, doom divinating, all of these different nonsensical peddling without a chain activities. No, we are in the fight everywhere that there is a fight to be had, and we are winning everywhere we turn. We're going to pull up the first item here today that we're going to take a look at. And we got some huge, absolutely colossal victories. By the way, you're going to stick around. The only community that has victories. The only community. Is this something? I mean, this is absolutely amazing. Just victory after victory. And it's like Franklin said, we were in the position of on a weekly basis, influencing thousands to tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Now we're at the point of being able to influence millions on a weekly basis. Oh, but yeah, everybody did it. Everybody, you guys just were like some little backwater, and you kind of participated a little bit. That Go Free community, folks, you were like little player. It's more like we did it and everybody else helped. That's what it's, I mean, that's just a reality. How are you going to ignore this strategic endeavor, intelligence of forethought to change the way our victimization is? In fact, even to include our victimization in the conversation. I love it. And we're seeing so many of these others out there. Thank God they're being more and more outed. They either are cowards that don't want to talk about the victimization of our people and they're useless, or they want to use the victimization of our people as just a pretext to attack Jews or to attack blacks. And they are being outed everywhere you look. This recent incident, of course, with Benny Shapiro and Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes absolutely outing himself as concerned with nothing more than slandering Jews, than bringing harm to Jews. It has nothing to do with white people. It's always just been a pretext for him all along. Here you have it, folks. Biden slammed over proclamation that Easter Sunday is Transgender Day of Visibility. Now, I know that some people are going to object and they're going to say, well, this has been, the 31st has been trans visibility. So in other words, a day of visibility for the past 2 years. I don't give a shit. We are in America. This is the West. It's Easter. This is an order he has to make. This is an executive order he has to make. This isn't a day that recurs without him making it. And so obviously, this is the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Pick another day. Pick another day to bring awareness to people who are confused about what they are. Okay? Figure out another day for that. This is the resurrection of Jesus Christ. I didn't see a proclamation for the resurrection of Jesus Christ on the White House website. So if somebody can find it and correct me that there's a proclamation or there's an announcement on the White House .gov where they are celebrating the resurrection of Jesus Christ, just let me know. Just point it out to me because I didn't see it. But we are going to have this infernal, and the flags of anti-whiteism are going up all over New York City. We're going to talk about that as well. Absolutely defacing the bridges, the buildings, the World Trade Center. Hochul doing this after she had her ass handed to her, and they said, "Get out of here." When she tried to show up to, was it Diller's wake? After they said, "Get your nasty anti-white ass out of here," she decides she's going to paint New York in this new demonic color scheme that they're going to force on us on the day of Jesus Christ's resurrection. We're in trouble, folks. We're in some serious trouble with these anti-whites. Thank God there is this community who is pushing back, reclaiming our lives, reclaiming our innate, intrinsic talents, physical, mental, spiritual, from the brainwashing, the anti-white brainwashing, call it what it is, that we have been subjected to, and we are subjected to from cradle to grave. Over the totality, every minute of every hour, we are subjected to this. We're reclaiming ourselves. We're reclaiming our families. We're reclaiming our school boards. Legitimate victories, ladies and gentlemen, that we are effectuating. Legitimate victories that we are effectuating. Not a success by accident of some conservative politician somewhere or some Make America First politician. And what does that even mean anymore in America? America First politician. And then they celebrate it as their victories. No, we are the only people that are doing anything. God damn it. Celebrate us for those successes. We're going to be talking about that. Everybody's contributing in their own little way. But before us, what had changed? What had happened before this community? What was it like? What was the landscape like? Recognize the successes, the colossal, the Brobdingnagian successes of this community. Let me put this up on the screen, and we'll see what you all have. I think this is the story. Did I pick the right one? Yes. But we're going to make me larger and the story smaller because you all want to partake in my suavity. I know you do. You want to partake in my suavity. Wing and Productions is here. If the Pope had balls, he'd excommunicate old Joe. Yeah, well, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, forget about the Pope, all right? Forget about the leadership of the Catholic Church. It's like putting faith in the leadership of the Baptist Church. I mean, that's how asinine it is. Yes, the unifier is here. Viper is here. White man is here. Dennis, we're going to talk about the mayor of Baltimore. And some people are trying to play this down. He absolutely is saying, my life's mission, talk about an anti-white, coming clean, right there in an interview where he's feeling comfortable, is to make you white people be afraid. I mean, we'll take a look at it. Maybe I'm wrong. You can give me your 2 cents on it. Hello to everybody over there on who shows up on Rumble and elsewhere. I'll be keeping an eye out for your comments and questions as we march through today's wonderful gathering in service to white well-being. Kieran says, such a true gent, no white guilt. Thank you so very much. with great suavity. No white guilt, with great suavity and erudition. Yes, indeed. Biden slammed over proclamation that Easter Sunday is a transgender day of visibility, as Trump calls for president to issue an apology. Critics ripped President Biden Saturday for proclaiming March 31st, Easter Sunday, this year, Transgender Day of Visibility. Now, you're not going to have to worry about whether or not the Democrats or any anti-whites, Republican or Democrat, whether or not they're going to be celebrating transgender visibility on Easter, at least for the next 7 years. I looked up at least that far, and it doesn't occur again on the 31st for at least 7 more years. And I can open to being corrected if I'm wrong. But this is absolutely disgusting, because this corpse in chief, this bastard, this anti-white dog, this anti-white mutt in the White House, in the dog house, literally proclaimed a celebration, this anti-white, what is it about transgenderism? It is an attack on our norms. That means it's an attack on us. I'm going to keep saying this until I'm dead. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to haunt every single one of you that heard me and didn't say it. Because this is how we defend who and what we are. I can only give so many examples, but I'll keep giving them. You cannot just say, you cannot come out and say that this is some sort of abstraction and that men are men. And where is it, XX or is it XY? And Jesus, it is our norm that is under attack. That is what this corpse in chief Biden did from the doghouse, is he attacked another critical norm of white, Western, to be redundant, civilization. To say that you can be born a male, but you can think you're a female, you can think you're androgynous, you can think you're epicene, you can think you're both, and you can think you're neither. I mean, the attack on our norms couldn't possibly go deeper than to say that you can think and the rest of society is going to be forced under penalty of social ostracism, social lynching, which we talk about in service to white well-being, how white people are attacked, or good non-white people are attacked who stand with us or who stand with our norms, like Dr. Carol Swain. Be socially lynched, you thrown out of the family, thrown out of the, and it all depends. It all comes down on, are you going to stay in the anti-white narrative and discuss these subjects the way that anti-whites want you to discuss them, like one of their bitches, like one of their chumps? Or are you going to go free of their, that's where that comes, go free. I see where that comes from. You're going to go free of their story that has a sanguinary, a bloody end for you, for all those who don't know the word sanguinary and who are too inept to look it up. It only takes two. I remember when I was a child, and all of you, same thing. Everything was in the dictionary. You had to go look, and you were like, but I'm not sure how to spell the word. And the crow that was in charge, she would lean over you and say, so what? Put your nose in the dictionary and just keep looking until you figure it out. And then like 45 minutes later, when you had your unabridged dictionary, you finally found what you were looking for. Now it takes 2 seconds. There is no excuse. Ivan the Horrible has joined us. Yes. One of Western kind is here. Darth Biden has entered. We are, what is that? Is that CG is here? We are ready. We are ready to take back our civilization. Transgender Day of Visibility. I, Joseph R. Biden, Devil Jr., President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me of the Constitution and law of the United States, do hereby proclaim March 31st, again, 2024 is Transgender Day of Visibility, the White House announced Friday. I am so looking forward to Trump getting into office and then to announcing something else for the 31st. I mean, let's just not ignore it, okay? Let's not ignore it. Let's have Trump announce March 31st as Founding Stock Day of Visibility. So in other words, white people who made America Day. of visibility. Let's see Trump do that. I call upon all Americans to join us in uplifting the lives and voices of transgender. Don't be your typical white sympathetic content creator. Don't follow what they're doing. Don't go out there and say, let me show you I'll show you the stats. I'll show you the stats of how often the transgenders engage in violence versus how often violence is committed against them. What are you so you're saying that sometimes they are harmed for their delusion or for their indecision about whether or not they're human? I mean, I'm seeing these videos, and you all can correct me if I'm wrong. Transgender people, it's fascinating that they will call themselves transgender and then say that gender doesn't exist and then say that they are neither gender. I mean, how are you trans? I mean, some of these folks are just batshit crazy. The one was talking about how she's transgender, but she is what did she call herself? It was something weird, like a fur life or a feather life or something. She's not male, she's not female, but she'll dress as both and sometimes neither, and feels that she has this communal energy with bird life. And I was just like, and it's serious. It's serious. So they anti-whites take everything that is, how else do you describe this? For all of you abstractionists out there, lotus eaters and all of you clowns, all of you who just refuse, you should be inviting me. I had this shit figured out. You think the bright ones, you think the ones at least that feign to this urbanity, that they would be like, wow, this guy figured that shit out a long time ago. Let's have him on and we'll get us some credibility from. No, they don't want to do any of that because they're not there to put an end to our victimization. They're there to aggrandize themselves and to have people say, oh, he's so smart. Have you seen how smart he is? He's so educated and he's smart. He can name so many names and date so many dates. That's how smart he is. And that's what they're there for. All this figured out. And they all of these minds, talk about in quotations here, all of these midget wits in inflated skulls and pompous skulls. These midget wits in pompous skulls. We're on fire today, ladies and gentlemen. Praise Jesus! Resurrected on this day to the great chagrin of all anti-whites. So all these midget wits are out there, and they're like, I'd like to investigate further the Marxian intersection, the Interpol on the culture of France, 1850 to 1927. You're like, what? Wait, the world burns down around us. The White House is painted in a demonic flag, and in my opinion, and you're wanting to just let's dig into the sociological, philosophical ramifications of the acts of the Rhine River in 1837 when Pope thus and such said thus and such. I mean, seriously, and a donkey braid. And what are the bird flights saying now? Let's go watch the auspicious. Let's go look at the birds and their flight. Are you shitting me? Why do anybody out there, why does a single soul out there give these people any time? They should, fine, let them speak ad nauseum to no one. To what will it take? Are you really appreciating? Don't just shrug this off. This is Christianity is, no matter what you think about it, good, bad, or indifferent, is a massive, colossal part of the religious tradition of Western kind. A massive. It's been there at the saving of our countries, at the founding of our countries, and this is the resurrection of Jesus Christ. And this king desiccated, look it up, this desiccated corpse of a chief who has not even a single thought can move through his head, has declared a worship of the antithesis to our norm. I mean, let's just say it like it is, because there are these people in the world, and my heart genuinely goes out to them. My heart genuinely goes out to any person who looks in the mirror and says, what am I? Okay, I see that person as very challenged. That is a very challenging situation. If you can't figure out what you are, that's a very challenging place to be in life, all right? So there are people out there who are not doing well. Needless to say the least, I guess I should. So to say the least, there are people out there that are not doing very well. There's a lot of poisonous food in the United States, and conservatives, my conservative and libertarian friends, brothers and sisters, don't complain. That's your fault. The poisons are in the food because you worship economy. The poisons are in the food, the crops, and the crops are all poisoned with bug spray and Monsanto, and the cattle are all poisoned and injected with hormones of various types, and who knows what the hell else they're injecting in them. It's all for money. So you all the selfish, individualistic asshole worshiping economy nonsense, economic nonsense. That's what gives you an environment where there are 72 ingredients in a bag of Doritos, and 71 of them, you have no idea what they're all from the lab. And then you're going to complain, all my libertarian and conservative brothers and sisters out there, and I truly mean that, please come over to Go Free and abandon the worship of manna, abandon the worship of money, abandon the worship of the economy, abandon it. You need to abandon it now. But don't come to me and complain about a factory made meat, about these meat being produced in laboratories. You're getting what you deserve. You're getting what you have worshiped. You have been at the feet of the God economy. That's not what counts. That's not what matters. There is no economy in the United States for us that matters if there are no white people. Does that make sense? Does that resonate yet? There is no freedom for us as it matters for us, something that we envisioned and created in these United States, if there are no white people. If you sacrifice us for freedom of speech, if you sacrifice us for right to self-defense, which I'm sure you will call gun rights because you're a little brain dead, you're a little bit of a vegetable. If you're going to sacrifice us, then you have no value and you deserve everything that's coming. This is the outcome. So you have the president of the United States who is proclaiming on the day that Jesus Christ rose from the dead that we are going to laud to the heavens the antithesis of the norms of Western civilization. And then the president and cities, including the biggest city, New York City, across this country, imaging the buildings and bridges with the flags of the antithesis of Western civilization. But yeah, let's continue doing, by all means, continue with your J-spurging, because they've been J-spurging for generations, and we've gotten to this point. So if you just keep going a little bit further, then we'll all be gone. Then the West will be destroyed. By all means, let's continue to worship the God economy while, by the way, you attend church every Wednesday and Sunday, right? You attend church every Wednesday and Sunday, but you're like, it's the dollars. We have to have a better economy. That's what counts. By all means, that same crowd of people keep trying to ignore that the group being victimized is the white race. Keep ignoring that, because it's another 5, 10, 15 years. It's done. It's done. It'll be your fucking fault. And you know who will hate you? Jesus Christ will hate you. Jesus Christ won't hate me, because I am fighting with every ounce and fiber of my being. But by all means, give another $10, $50, $100,000
to another mega church. Give another $10, $50, $100,000 to the Catholic money scam. Keep giving money to it, by all means, because you're going to go straight to hell. Presumptive GOP presidential candidate Trump, presumptive, Q New York Post, called Biden's announcement, which was simply a formality. No, it's not a formality. He has to do it. Since 2009, it says since 2009. Did Trump do this? Part of the administration's year-long assault on Christian faith. Look at this, is repulsive. Why hasn't lightning just leveled it? I'll tell you why. Because God wants you to do it. God wants you to reclaim your destiny. And then he'll come in the final moment and push you over the edge so you can have victory. He doesn't do it for you. We call on Joe Biden's failing campaign and White House to issue an apology to millions of Catholics and Christians across America who believe tomorrow is for one celebration only, the resurrection of Jesus Christ, said Caroline Leavitt, Trump's national press secretary. Christian academics also scoffed at the announcement. Who gives a shit? I mean, you go to the Christian academics, you go to listen to the priests and the preachers, and it's all anti-whiteism. It's just anti-whiteism. That's what they're preaching. So, let me tell you this. The only way Jesus Christ is going to be restored to the White House is when the priests and the preachers are rejected by the white population. When the white population say, we're not listening to you anymore. We're not going to worship Israel and Jewish people. We're not going to funnel money over to Black Christians here and Hispanic Christians there and Asian Christians here. We're not going to do any more of that. We're not going to help you on massive Catholic networks, by the way, bringing in non-white people from Central and South America. I know the Fuentesian types, they don't like to talk about the Catholic participation in that. Or what they'll be inclined to do is just to say, the Jews are making them do it. Shut the fuck up, you little prick. When the white population says, enough is enough, we're not listening to you anymore, then Jesus Christ, the cross, will be restored to Washington, D.C. Not a day before. Ain't no priest, ain't no gelded-ass priest or preacher. Have you met them? Ever going to reclaim jack shit. And the same with the theologians and the Christian academics, Catholic academics. Pontificate a little bit more. You lost to anti-whiteism. So you don't have a chance. You were defeated already. In my expert theologian opinion, Mr. Biden has repeatedly demonstrated that, can you hear this guy talk? I don't know who this is. But you can already sense like what his voice is and how he's midget sticked and how he has no courage. You can already sense it. In my expert theologian opinion, shut up. Conservative radio host Larry O'Connor, reacted to the proclamation this way. He, she, they, ze is risen. Oh man, you're so funny. You should have like 100,000 more followers for that. Man, that was some good snark, man. You're totally facetious. That's how you take it back. That's how you take back our civilization, with good snark. Yeah, you children. A bunch of kids. Not to be outdone, the Biden announcement was echoed in the Empire State.
Governor anti-white Hochul issued her own proclamation to mark the day. They should have spat on her. When she showed up, I would have. When she showed up at that wake, I would have spat on that bitch. I mean, this is disgusting. When are males going to start acting like men again in the West? I'm talking about white males, white boys. When are they going to start acting like me? When are they going to actually act like men of the West? Well, unfortunately, my whole life, I told you all the story about the beautiful specimen of a man, like 6'4" or whatever, it just muscles on muscles, long blonde hair, blue eyes, beautiful specimen, wife under 5 foot, less than 100 pounds. And she said, no, you can't participate. That's why. Because they're not allowed to participate. Don't do that. Now, let me ask you something. This poor guy's wife standing there, police officer, assassinated by this vile, anti-white, non-white POS, who should be absolutely set on fire and put out repeatedly to send a message that the white race is finished with this. You got this beautiful woman with this beautiful little baby reaching out to the casket. Here's the sad truth. We don't know for sure. We don't know what was going on in their family. But would she have shushed him? Would she have said, oh no, for our family? I mean, it's a hard pill to swallow, isn't it? The hard pill. Everybody talks about, you got the black pill, you got the white pill, you got the red pill, then you got the hard pill. And that's us having to accept responsibility for where we are. That's the hard pill. That was the meme I created. Maybe I need to push that meme again. The hard pill. Our fault. Would she have shushed him? Would she have said, no, you cannot go to that Go Free conference. You can't go to that Go Free meeting. You can't do it because you're going to jeopardize our family. Now he's dead because of the environment that is created by that mentality. Jules, he says, when they figure out a way to not get Daniel pennied, don't be so myopic. This is a macro scenario. The white race as a whole and growing percentages behave in a way commensurate with what we teach here. And then you don't ask a question like, how do you, as a lone wolf in the midst of apocalyptic anti-whiteism, get away with acting like a man? So do more listening. How about that? Do you believe we, our people, need a faith in order to survive? Human beings need a faith. Yep. I lost my mom last summer and am asking the God question and wondering about the bigger picture for our people. We do need a faith, but we don't need a particular structure for the faith. So when somebody comes to you and they say, this is the religion and this is the structure that you have to enmesh yourself in, those are charlatans who are there to take your money, take your energy, take your time, and use it for them. So you do need a faith in something greater, in something bigger, in something, etc. Do not submit yourself. All of these systems have been defeated by anti-whites. So, like, you have this Christian nationalism now, and there are people saying, well, you've convinced me now, to the different content creators, to go back to this church or that church or the Catholic church, whatever. And then they go back, and what are they immediately enmeshed in? Anti-whiteism. So No, you don't need a religious structure, and don't let religion get in the way of your communing with our biospirit, which is created by the Creator, by the divine. He made us because he wants us. End of that story. So defending us is defending his creation. Defending what we create is defending his creation. You don't need a priest. You don't need a preacher. You don't need the head of a moot, whatever it is, to tell you that you need to behave this way or that way, and you need to take your place in and listen to them pontificate. Because if you notice, every time you get into one of these environments, to these religions, that becomes what you do. We need to be activists for white well-being. We are bolstered by spiritual religio faith in what I just articulated. We can turn and commune with our Creator by speaking to and through that biospirit that is housed in us. The moment you notice, they say, oh, well, you've got to be this European ancestral religion, or you've got to be Lutheran, or you've got to, and then they say, now you've got to come to us and then hear us preach all day long. That's now the thing you do. Well, look at what that's done. That's not the thing you do. There's no time for your fucking like stories. I mean, Jesus, there's no time for that shit. Look at what the White House is doing. Nothing about Jesus Christ. And instead, worship in order to worship the antithesis of our existence. Spearman says, I was red-pilled by E. Michael Jones. I don't know what you mean by the red pill there and what was learned from him before he became cool back in 2015. But the issue with that for me is his Catholic message and denial of race. Precisely. He's totally wrong. He is absolutely do not allow Catholicism or any denomination of Christianity to get in your way of service to our biospirit. And that's spirituality that emanates therefrom. No religious structure, no names of places, no names of people, no times in history, no parables. Don't allow any of all of that. Is an interpretation that's coming through someone and is very often used by these petty chieftains who want their own flocks because they can aggrandize them, and that's all that guy wants, to be aggrandized. And he's a horrible J-Spurg. It's just all about hating, all about blaming Jews for everything. You couldn't be more pathetic. If that guy were my father, I would disavow him. I would have no father. My father took responsibility for the things in his life. He got to work when things didn't work. He went and fixed them. In the worst weather conditions, in the worst, he got to work. When the roof went bad, we changed the roof twice. When the windows are broke, we fixed the windows. On and on. Blaming other people, no. Anybody that's just going to push the blame off on everybody else is somebody you should immediately reject. So, and again, no structure getting in the way of who and what we are evincing and bodying forth into the world. And what an absolutely asinine, backward, dumb shit thing to say that Catholicism makes Western civilization when you have the evidence all around you that white people make Western civilization, and it doesn't matter how many non-white people are Catholic, they don't produce Western civilization. It's a funny little thing that this old man, a crotchet, that this cantankerous fool holds on to. But yeah, I mean, he got lots of followers over there. You know what I mean? Got a lot of followers. He's doing good for himself. Doing really good for himself. Excuse me while I do everything I can to prevent more white people from being victimized. Look at this shit. Look at that. The doghouse, the house of the devil. My opinion, of course, it's my opinion. In June, Rose Montoya, a transgender influencer, caused controversy after flashing her. Now, that's interesting, isn't it? They're calling them fake breasts at the New York Post. At a pride, they usurp these words. Why would they usurp the word pride? Because of its interaction in your lived experience, because how you come across it, because of how it's used in your life. There is no getting around the subconscious mind's positive interpretation. Never call their anti-white filth pride or proud or happy. They could have very easily called it a happy celebration. I mean, you do know that gay means happy, right? At least it used to. Now, of course, it means Claudine gay. But it's always psychological warfare with the anti-whites. And then the white population just immediately falls in line like absolute living vegetables and repeats their words. And then you can find them on these Twitter spaces. They want to talk about all this weird MK Ultra, 5G mind control. No, you dipshit. You absolute vegetableized loser. They utterly control you. And you want to make believe that they're beaming down lasers they don't need all that shit to control you. You're an absolute bovine imbecile. Why would they need lasers? Why would they need injections with a giant program to fake a disease so that they could get injections to you that have robots inside of them so that then the towers can talk to the robots inside, even control you? Are you kidding me? They are kidding me, because it's just they're all like, me. That's what I'm surrounded with. This is the curse of high intelligence. The Michigan man is here. If you're here and you want to recapture our destiny, you want to end the victimization of our people, you're in the right place. God bless you. Happy Easter. Happy Ostara. So Rose Montoya, this transformer, was over at the White House, and you all remember this, and they said, if well, you know who's listening, the ear is against the door. If she is not a real woman, then why would you be offended by her breasts? Remember all of the content creators out there, they all got it wrong except for us. They all got it wrong, and until we came out and talked about how it was the simulation of breast that everybody was offended by, just like the simulation of sex or the simulation of a penis just out in public would be offensive, because the real thing out in public is offensive, is something we don't do in Western civilization. And then then a couple of content creators started saying, and I thought that's really cute. That's really cute of you all. Don't say anything. You just show up here and you watch, and then you just co-opt. Never saying a word. But the anti-whites ran circles around them, as they always do. Let's see. Sam Brenton, non-binary deputy assistant secretary. So that's a great example of another one of these trans individuals that's neither. And of course, wasn't he the one that was stealing all the luggage, ladies' luggage, because of his sick perversion? And we say that a sick perversion. Why? Because it is the opposite of our norms in Western civilization. Our norms in West, like 2 days ago or whatever, there was a criminal trespasser in this country, intruder in this country, who saw another of his community get mowed down by a train, and he went and picked up the leg and walked around and ate some of it and shook it at people. I mean, this is what happens elsewhere in the world, but it's here now because too many white people didn't want to defend our norms as ours, as us, because it was so impolite to talk about what's ours. Remember that? So many of you ladies of both sexes, but mostly of the type that don't have penises. It was so impolite. Shh, shh, shh. Don't say that. You might make them feel bad. You might make them feel like they're not included. So, Sam Brenton, that's going to be changed. It's going to be another couple years, and they'll say, this is not a mental sickness. It's just something that white people call a mental sickness. And so, therefore, it's got to go. If a man wants to decide that he's neither male nor female and wants to steal your luggage and put your panties on, that's normal. That's his truth. That's his virtue. That's his religion. How dare you deny him his religion? At Monday's 24 White House Easter egg roll, children of the National Guard are... Okay, now here's the thing we're going to talk about next, actually. So this act is a war on the white race. It's not a war on Christianity. I want all Christians to hear my voice. This is not a war on Christianity. It isn't a war on Christ. It isn't a war on Easter. It isn't a war on etc. It's a war on white people. Do you know how I know? And we're going to be talking about that in a little bit because we have so many of our brothers and sisters out there, vagues, and their conservative mindset or libertarian mindset, and we love them, and we talk to them like wayward brothers and sisters that they are, and we're trying to redeem them. Love, hope, and redemption is what we do. So we don't cuss them. We don't burn them down. We love them, and we want to redeem them. But they don't want to talk about that the victimization is targeted at white people. It's targeted at what we produce, at what we do, at what we rely on, at what we have adopted from other races and have come to need and hold and love and cherish. It's targeted at all of that to destroy white people. Let me ask you, when was the last time you saw 1,000 made-for-TV movies, 1,000 silver screen movies, 1,000,000 novels where Christianity was demonized in an all-black community? When did that happen for you? When did you see Christianity demonized in Haiti? When did you see Christianity demonized in Nicaragua, in Peru, in Chile? When did you see it demonized? Oh, never. Never. So stop being a coward. Get your head out of your ass. In every one of these instances, every single one, it's demonized because it's something white people do. It's a religion that white people rely on. It's a religion that serves as a bulwark for white people to build families, to be a strength against the storm of the world, just the everyday grind. That's why Christianity is attacked, because it's white. Not because it's Christ, not because it's Christian. This is why so many people, so many white people, they will happily, and you know what, I discovered this. A lot of the J-spurs, these people who hate Jews, a lot of them who are of the religious ilk, Christian religious ilk, go to the J-spurging because that's, in their minds, less immoral than defending white people. Think about that. I mean, right now we have everything going on at the Daily Wire, and we have Walsh coming out, and we're going to talk just goddamn colossal victories coming out and condemning Abbott, Governor Abbott, for wanting to go after anti-Semitism. And there ain't no anti-Semitism, but wanting to go after it, or at least to any sense or degree, relative to the galactic level, the Andromeda galactic level of anti-whiteism, and condemning him for that. And what's happening? All the J-Spergs are like, no, don't talk about white people. Don't do that. That's just a diversion. We want to stay focused, says little Dick Fuentes and the rest of his ilk and all of the other little Dick J-Spergs out in the world. We just want to stay focused on hating Jews. The Jews are absolutely right about these people. They just hate them. And then they use the pretext of caring about white people. It's clear when the two are put face to face. Here's how you know the difference between a J-Sperg and a champion man of the West. If we ended the victimization of white people with a loan or just giving $100 trillion to Israel, I'd take it. No more no more anti-whiteism in Western civilization. I don't give a shit how much money they end up with. If that meant that anti-whiteism ends like this, and if you got a problem with it, then you're not concerned with ending our victimization. You're concerned with hurting Jews. And you're not welcome. You need to get right in the head. This is about ending the victimization of our people. End of story. So, this proclamation, an attack on Western norms, is what the White House decided to go ahead and move forward with, even though Biden could have decided a different day to protect the norms of Western civilization, which is to celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ. So that's never enough, though, is it? Religious themed designs. Religious themed designs and patriotic designs banned from the Easter egg art contest. Are you kidding me? Are you out of your mind kidding me? Once again, the Catholic Church, the Baptist Church, the etc. have been in place, in power, trillions of dollars of wealth. And that's what we have on the day that Jesus Christ rose from the dead. And you want to support them? Like you want to go support an E. Michael Jones, or you want to go support some Catholic revanchist notion? Are you kidding? You want to head on back? Why don't you head on back down to the mega church where Joel Osteen is a billionaire and flies in private jets everywhere he goes, and he has a castle. And he's not the only Protestant preacher with that kind of money. Oh, a bunch of them have shit tons. All them good Southern people showing up to go to church. Here's some more tithe. Here's some more money. Here's some more money, my hard-earned money to you, so that you can drive around in limos and take the gospel of Jesus Christ into some God-forsaken jungle where the people are eating each other, and proof of it is when they get here and they see somebody get hit by a train, they pick the fucking limbs up and chow down like it's a fucking Happy Meal at McDonald's. And then they fly. You know, your preacher should not live in a castle. Okay? Your preacher should not live in a castle and fly around in the state-of-the-art Lear jets. Okay, he's got to get around. Okay, like bottom rung, whatever it takes to be able to get from point A to point B. Like, you don't need a Bugatti to go from point A to point B, right? The preacher doesn't need that. Nobody's going to deny the preacher a house and an automobile or, an average standard of living. But you got these people, and they've all this power and all this wealth, and this is what's happening. You may not put Jesus Christ on Easter on the eggs. I swear to God, if I made it to the White House, I would resurrect, and look at me. I'm no Catholic. I'm an orphan. If you're going to call me anything relative to Christianity, I'm an orphaned Christian. Christianity became too anti-white and got rid of me. Just like everything else in this world, too anti-white. Everything else in this world, no different. And if I were elected president, I would erect a crucifix that would be visible from the moon in the White House lawn. So, you want Christianity back in charge of the West? You're going to have to look to guys like me. They're not going to be a preacher. They're not going to come to you and they're not going to be like, friends, we're together here today. Joel Osteen with this weird, like so much plastic surgery. He's the fucking Joker, this guy. He's like, it's like this. It's bizarre. I mean, why does a preacher need plastic surgery anyhow? We're not there for you to be pretty. Can you imagine trying to slap the smile off his face? You'd never get it done. It would take longer than how many licks to the center of the lollipop. You'd be backhanding back and forth. When is it going to end? When am I going to slap the smile off this guy's face? Somebody comes to the church, they're blazing away at the church. With all that money, I tell you what, if I were in charge, that were my church, no, there wouldn't be like 2 off-duty security guards. Are you kidding me? 2 off-duty cops to be security, to kind of meander around. If I were in charge and had all that kind of money, I would buy 1 fewer house, and my congregation would be absolutely protected, and it would look like a futuristic Western civilization with the protection that I would have going on for the congregation. Anybody any transgender woman showing up with a rifle and a baby that she's probably molesting, I don't know for sure. Check it out. It's my guess, since another story just came out 2 days ago about another couple doing some molestation and child pornography. But hey, whatever it is. And she shows up at my church, and you better believe she's going to be holier than hell, motherfucker. She's going to be holier than hell. She's going to be the holiest one at the church. But all these people are in place to make my point. And you can't put an American flag or Jesus Christ on the Easter egg art contest at the White House. But you can put transgenders. You can put anything that's antithetical. And that's the point I'm trying to get to you. Going after people who are confused and changing their minds about what they are, or what they want to be, or who they think they are, that is the projection of the anti-whiteism onto the world. It is the same as a cat chasing around the laser beam dot. Have you seen that video where there are, I think it's 2 cats, maybe 3, and the guy has a laser beam and he's pointing it around the ground and the dot, and the cats are looking at the laser beam kind of go around them, and then one of the cats slowly turns its head up and looks right at the guy holding the laser beam? That's us. It's not these people. These transgender people, they should not be harmed. They should not be abused. They should not, etc. No one should vex them. No need to go. Don't go to their accounts and vex and bother them. Don't. I mean, it's different. If you're not bothering them. If they make a video about how they want to kill all the children, and like we've seen some of these videos that have come out, to take that in and say, look at this anti-whiteism. But these folks, no harm should be coming to them. They are being used as anti-whites by anti-whites. So let's think about this for the first time in an intelligent way, so that we can actually take ground back instead of just this endless complaining and losing. Children of the National Guard are prohibited from submitting religious Easter eggs designs for the 2024 Celebrating National Guard Families art event at the White House. The art contest is part of the White House Easter tradition. I would put up a crucifix so tall on the White House lawn that you would be able to tell time with it in Wyoming. No priest is going to give you that. No Christian theologian or academic is going to be able to give you that. The art contest is part of the White House Easter tradition, which includes the annual Easter egg roll. Can you believe I would have so many beautiful white children. I would invite children also. I would have white children from all over the country, since they're excluded. I mean, I've over the years at the White House, I've watched, and it's just fewer and fewer white kids. Fewer and fewer white kids. I'd bring white kids in from our countries around the world to the White House to participate. And I would say, but you have to wear your traditional garb. Whatever, we want to see you in your beautiful traditional garb, and bring me some of the traditional foods from the country. It's going to be glorious. And it's going to all be done under the shadow of the new crucifix that we built. The flyer for the contest states that the Easter egg design submission must not include any questionable content, religious symbols, overtly religious themes, or partisan political statements. We looked into what exactly that meant. It means patriotism. So it can't be patriotic, because that's a partisan political theme. Doesn't that tell you a little bit about the Democrats? You can't have any patriotism, because that's clearly the other side of the political aisle. As part of the White House Easter egg traditions, and I would like to know, actually, just as an aside, how much did the Easter eggs cost taxpayers this year, given that the anti-whites are ruining the economy? And be aware, as we are coming up on this next election, that the anti-whites who vote for Biden, I want you to really think about how much they hate the white race and all that we have made. Those will be the only people voting for Biden, because they too are living with a collapsing economy, unemployment, inflation, growing threat around the world, infrastructure collapse, terrorism probably taking place in and across the United States, anti-whiteism pushed everywhere. They're living with all of the crime skyrocketing, people eating human legs in public, cities crumbling. I say the lawlessness, the gangs multiplying at a rate you can't even count. And into the mix, the most violent mestizo, your Central and South American mafias that will torture people using adrenaline to keep them alive, and suffering long after they're dead. They're still alive to make them suffer. And more decapitations than the Middle East, I've read. And these people are showing up. They're living with all of that, and they will vote for more of it because that's how much they hate the white race. White House expanded on this longstanding tradition by displaying youth-designed Easter eggs. Children are asked to design eggs with images based on their own lives. Oh, you know what that's going to mean, right? It's going to mean, oh, I'm a black child, and so my whole life has been my 793 years of my 6 years alive have been just nothing but suffering. Selected designs represent the unique experience and stories of folks, I'm telling you, Easter is going to be abrogated. It's going to they just keep sanitizing and sanitizing and sanitizing. And what is that an attack on? The white race. Christianity is a colossal expression of our religious experience. And so therefore it's an attack on us. They keep sanitizing it and white erasing us from the celebration. And it'll be all but white erased. The name will still be there. Then they'll just get rid of that. But by all means, keep listening to the preachers. I absolutely can't stand not even a second of it anymore. What do we have here? We heard about Hochul, and she's going to be painting the town demonic. And we're going to be getting to the mayor. Now, these are people, remember, we talk about nodes of power and the increasing, almost to the point of complete, inability to redress wrongs in Western civilization. Again, reflect on what you've been doing and what groups and organizations have been out there and that they have failed and gotten us to this point. So you got the Hochul in New York wanting to paint the town demonic, and in Baltimore saying that his life's mission is to terrorize white people. But that's my interpretation. Maybe yours is different. Kathy Hochul orders New York City landmarks lit up pink, white, and blue to celebrate antithesis to Western civilization. Democrat New York Governor Kathy Hochul ordered New York landmarks to light up pink, white, and blue on Easter Sunday to celebrate the Transgender Day of Visibility. We should all be talking when we get together. This community already knows it. If you're new and you're hearing it for the first time, understand that the war, the battlefield, is the lathe, the water cooler, the dinner table. You know what that means. That's the battlefield. And we get into those trenches. We use the concepts, the 6 key concepts. And you can go no further, but you can use the remainder of the concepts as well in your conversation with friends, family, and strangers. These concepts put you into the position of being the moral actor in a way that circumvents and undermines the social morality that has been forced on us, a social morality foisted on us, social morality that is the anti-white, immoral, moral imperative that has subjugated Christian morality, ethics, etc. in the West. There's no reason in saying, in objecting. You know it's absolutely the truth. In these holidays, when we get together, in these family events, is when we have to use these opportunities to various degrees of intensity, share, promulgate, disseminate. That is the conflict. That is the struggle. That is the fight. And if you're not doing it, you're not doing anything. If you're talking about cravening and hiding somewhere, or you're talking about at some point it's going to get violent, and you're doing all of this, you're being a coward. You're being a loser.
You're saying those things to do nothing now because it's hard. Because I don't even try to tell me it's not. I spit in the face of all you tough guys out there. All these tough guys, they got muscles. They got a bunch of hair. They got a hairy chest and hairy arms or whatever it is. And they got a bunch of muscles. But they are terrified to speak out against our victimization. But one day you're going to break out your rifles. Bullshit, you little fucking Claudine gay bitch. You're not going to break shit out. You can't even say that the concept racist is an anti-white slur at the dinner table because your daughter will scream at you and your wife will complain that you had to go there. Then you'll have to deal with some nettlesome behavior from the two of them in the house. Oh boy, but you're really going to get out. You're really going to get out that M1 that you got hanging on the wall when the time comes. Give me a break, cupcake. I got to tell you, I get, of course, you all know, I get fired up when the anti-whiteism is this brutal that I've lived to this day. We're going to live to it looking much worse. And we have got to build a fire under these people, our brothers and sisters. We have got to get them. We've got to make the memes, and we got to keep doing what we're doing. These huge victories we're going to be celebrating here this evening. We've got to get to these brothers and sisters out there so that where they are in society, they can effectuate change to whatever degree they're able. We've got to do it. If we don't, you're going to see a day where there'll be observances of retribution to against white people on the White House lawn. Mark my words. Hochul officially, if I were governor of New York, I would project everything the anti-whites hate. I would project gigantic crosses on the buildings. I would project manger scenes. I would project scenes from our older ancestral religions up on the buildings everywhere. The whole building would become. And if there were days with a low cloud cover, I would project it into the fucking sky. She officially proclaimed the 31st as Anti-White Day. The day is dedicated to anti-whiteism. Today we celebrate. It's just disgusting. Look at this foul anti-white monster. I would have spat right in her fucking face. Show up at that Diller wake. And it's her anti-white fault. Her anti-white policies causing it. Trump has got to say it. He has got to legitimize these concepts. He has got to legitimize them for the millions of our brothers and sisters who are so delicate. They've been listening to delicate preachers for too long. Every church should throw out their dainty, genteel preachers tomorrow. Get a man, and he doesn't have to know shit about the Bible. Just give him a Bible and say on the Sunday, just read any part of it. We're going to come in. It's going to be community. It's going to be family. Read any part of it. Tell us maybe a story from your life that it comes to mind. There's your preacher that the white race needs, that Christianity needs. Get rid of these absolute gelded, effeminate losers that females of both sexes have put in charge. This is the reality. And the women here, women of the West, know this. The vast majority of women are not going to endorse for leadership a man that scares them. They're only going to endorse for leadership a man that they feel comfy around. The day for males that we can feel comfy around is over, because the West is all but lost. So we're not going to be able to allow so many females to participate in who is the leader, who are the leaders of Western civilization, of Western kind, because they are not going to pick somebody that they are scared of. And that's what we need. We need, I mean, just like me. And you want to know, is it true? Go out. What I'm saying is true. Go out and look at the Republican politicians. You have this massive voter base out there of females that are never going to vote for a guy that they feel, oh, I'm kind of scared. He's kind of scary. You know, they like wouldn't go on a date with him. And so, because they don't feel comfy, they don't feel safe enough. I mean, no male that a woman is going to feel safe with is going to recapture our destiny. I mean, does that make sense? No male that a woman is going to feel safe with is going to lead us to the recapture of our destiny, is going to be the kind of male that can do things, the kind of man that can do things to claw things back from the anti-whites. None. It's not going to happen. Absolutely not going to happen. And that's what you end up with at these churches. Look at these like elders at the churches that make the decision who's going to be the preacher. And then you end up with a guy that talks like this, and he's got a hair the very specific way the hair is. And it's all and we're just going to hold hands and we'll pray for these people that, no, we want somebody who raises a flaming sword from behind the altar, from behind the lectern, raises a flaming sword and says, enough is enough. You can keep letting the choice be. I mean, look, like I just saw this other guy in one article I looked at. I don't know if it's one of these articles. He's a Syrian conservative. So he's Arab and he's a conservative. And so therefore, all these white women and all of both sexes love this guy. They love him. Trump is endorsing him now, whatever his name is, Abraham or whatever. And he's all soft-spoken, and it's just, they can feel comfy with him. They feel like, you know, he could drive them to the grocery store so they could get their groceries and drive him home. I mean, seriously, ladies. You need to recognize that women of the West need to tell the women around them who they can see, they know this is the case, to shut the fuck up, and they no longer have a say in who gets to be the leader, because we're not going to be able to succeed with some merely mouth see. All right? This is what you get. Hochul announced that several New York State iconic landmarks will be illuminated in the flag of anti-whiteism. One of the many. And look at this, even Niagara Falls. This is sickening. Even Niagara Falls. But let's keep going with the guys that you feel safe around. Okay, we got the Jason guy, yells a lot. He's really passionate. And you notice the women that stick around are genuine women of the West. They're not going to take any shit. They're like, enough is enough. We need robust, angry, brilliant white men in charge. Those will be the women whose genes get passed on. It won't be the rest of them. Make no mistake about that.
we have up next the governor who wants to scare white people. That's his mission. Now, I find it despicable. Apparently, it was Elijah Schaefer who made this comment about something like, that bridge be down, yo, or something like this. Real funny. That's what we need. That's what we need right now, is this ignorant ass satirizing. And it got like, I'm told, I did not see it. I don't know exactly what he wrote. And I'm told it got like 1 million views or something crazy. And so then all these different news agencies are talking about it. And he's just a product of the audience, unfortunately. You know, he wants to make a living. I don't begrudge him making a living. And maybe a lot more than a living. I don't know how well he's doing. But for his sake, I hope he's doing real well. And when I appeared with him, the one time, after a lot of people from this community really pressured, really was just at him, and God bless these people to have me on, before he's like gave credit to Nick Fuentes for the changes that we see, the actual words that we're using and pushing here. Nothing Fuentes is pushing, but before he gave credit to all the change to Nick Fuentes, getting disgusting, I liked the guy. And I mean, I guess I still like him. He should have me on. He should have, if he wants to talk to the focus, if he wants to talk to the seminal work, if he wants to talk to the people who are actually making the change in the world, I'm here and I will happily chat with him. But he's not doing that. Instead, he is he's making these jokes satirizing black people because that's easy humor for the lowbrow in the population. And then they all jump in and sell it. You know what he could do? He could say, okay, he's going to get his money from this lowbrow satirizing of blacks and Jews and et cetera. He's going to make his money from that. But he also knows that if Western civilization is going to survive, there are some real changes that have to be made. And so in the midst of all of this kind of like desserts, instead, he should provide a little bit of actual sustenance, a little bit of meat. Talk with us. Talk about us and our successes, so that out of that audience of absolute TARDISes, the good ones can find their way over to us. Instead, though, all we're seeing is things like the comment that that bridge be down, yo, or whatever. Trivializing our victimization. So let's pull this up and see this interview. And I'm going to keep a close eye because MSNBC is my favorite network, of course. And I want to make sure that that I am their favorite as well. So I'm going to watch the dashboard, if it will come up on the screen for me, and make sure that they are okay with me playing any of this. Unfortunately, I can't increase the speed.
I want to make something out of this that isn't there. They have this boogeyman philosophy, and if it's black or
it's going to get so much worse. It's not fashionable to be openly racist anymore in America, unlike what they call the good old days. So
look at this. So what you're hearing, what's really instructive about this, is you're watching people, this foul anti-white beast monster and this anti-white mayor fully engulfed in the anti-white narrative, but well aware of the fact that the claim of victimhood, the claim of white villainy is baseless. And so now what they try to say is, well, now it's all coded. Now it's all invisible. Ultimately, they now are defending DIE, D-I-E, of course they call it DEI, any attacks on it as the anti-white slur racist. What a surprise. As the new N-word. So you can see how they operate within the anti-white narrative and how we outside of it are able to circumvent and undermine it. But listen to the things she says. When she says them, when he says them, there's no use in getting really fired up over whether it's true or not. It's true in the anti-white narrative. It's false in the real world.
Referring to a black mayor as a DEI mayor gets the point across, right? So, fellas, why not just say what you mean? You can't stand black people. We get it. You've been heard.
Now, how many of those people now who follow content creators who make this, who use just flippancy for, and again, I'm not saying that you can't laugh, you can't mock things, you can't, of course you can, but the tool that is wore out, that all they do is use, is this flippancy, this immature flippancy about serious things. Now you take these people who are already vegetableized customers, they show up to watch that shit, and then they hear something like that, and they respond by saying, oh no, I will happily. I mean, talk about how dumb these people are. Talk about to have this one's name, her name is Joy Reid, isn't it? Talk about having this low IQ anti-white lead you around by the nose, how dumb you must be. TJ in the live chat saying, sadly, he's noticed that mentioning Jason or no white guilt kills chat comment section of most other creators. Yeah, no surprise, no shock, right? No shit, Sherlock, because we are addressing and curing the problem, and they're busy wanting to have fun, making jokes and finding a scapegoat for why they are a loser and remedying and taking responsibility. Whoa, who invited the adults? Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. As we are here, I'm going to be taking a look at your comments a little bit more moving forward now that we're good on time, and your financial gifts as well. So tag me as No White Guilt. I want to hear what you have to say. I want to hear what your opinion is. And we will proceed. Coconut says, and good to see you, sister. She says, I love the background, No White Guilt. That's really cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's see. Juliet is here. Hello to you. Jason is here. Michael is here. Azamud Galar. Klomp is here. Slaughtz is in the house. Klomp says, Christ is king. Cool Papa J Magic, an actual force of nature. I think probably not the right-hand man of God, but I think might be the left-hand man of God, says, I love God and I support No White Guilt. God bless you, brother. I support you as well. You're a hero. Rory is here. Very happy Easter to you and your family, and the same to you and your family and the beautiful babies that are on their way. Rick Freedom is in the house. Cool name, Rick Freedom. All right, Dan is here, and let us proceed with these vicious anti-whites. What's the problem with this woman? It's that she's anti-white. It's not that she's black. It's that she's anti-white. It is immoral to condemn people on the basis of their birth. We had a guy thinking that he was going to be on Twitter, thinking that he was going to be another midwit coming up against me, thinking it was going to be witty, when I had tweeted a white female was repeatedly shoved down the stairs by an anti-white black guy and would fall and stop herself. He'd run down, shove her again, fall and stop herself. And I said, that when white women relinquish authority to men, white men of the West, this kind of thing will end. That's a fact. Why do I say that they have to relinquish authority to us? Because females are in authority. You want to go to jail right now? You just go ahead and have it out with a woman or women in your life. And a bunch of men will show up in pretty costumes and they will take you right off to jail. And the judge and the jury will believe everything that she says, and all of your friends will believe everything that she says. So don't bother telling me that it is otherwise. We all know it's the case. So some twit wrote back thinking it was going to be witty about clearly it was a Japanese person wanting again to shirk duty and responsibility as a white person and just blame it on blacks. So he wrote back and said, clearly it's a Japanese person suffering from sushi poisoning or something like that. So I wrote back, the teacher who controls his classroom suffers no misbehavior, irrespective of the parents. End of conversation. He didn't write back. No shit.
What is also clear is all the conspiracy theories are a distraction from the real effects of Tuesday's bridge collapse. Tonight, officials said...
Which, by the way, a bridge was hit yesterday by a barge. Where was that? Oklahoma or somewhere?
The remains of the two victims were recovered. The remains of two of the victims were recovered. Construction workers who had been working on the bridge. 4 others are presumed dead. There's also the economic fallout from the port of Baltimore being closed indefinitely.
Obviously, it's got to be opened, but they don't know when.
This port is one of the busiest in the country, 11th largest overall.
And notice how when you are outside of this white positive sphere, when you're not going free, you don't understand how to address this. They're trying to blame the Indians who were on the ship for piloting it in to the bridge. When smarter people realize, and unless there was some kind of aberration to the norm, that there is a harbor pilot that comes on at every harbor. Boards before entering or exiting every time, because they know the harbor, so that there isn't a chance of this. So they want to blame the Indians. Why? Because they just want to blame non-whites. Then they want to blame the black mayor. I mean, how absolutely brain dead. They want to blame the black mayor of Baltimore, and they're doing that just because he's black. And they don't know. Their leaders are people like Elijah Schaffer, Nick Fuentes, etc. Those are their leaders. And if you go to other circles of our brothers and sisters, they'll be blaming the Bilderbergers. They'll be blaming the Agenda 30 or whatever it is now. And this is the global plan to impoverish and starve us. Shut up. You are in the white positive sphere. You're going free. You're coming to these gatherings. You understand exactly what's going on here. You understand how anti-whiteism results in these sorts of outcomes. You're able to talk about it intelligently with friends and family, instead of just your weird pot-smoking friend.
It employs more than 15,000 people and more than 139,000 indirect jobs.
Created by white men.
And it's the #1 port in the country for the import and export of automobiles and farm and construction machinery, a top importer of sugar, and second in the nation for export of coal. And not just coal for black people, Republicans, coal for everybody.
Anti-white narrative. Like, how do it's just demonize white people. How does that make any sense, except for I just want anything to demonize white. Fly in my house, white people, I hate them.
Joining me now is Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott. I will allow.
Okay, look, this guy, Scott, what is it, Brandon? What's his name? He obviously is somewhat responsible for being called a DEI mayor. It's a dumbass thing to say because the population voted him in, obviously. And I know what they want to convey. It's that he's non-white and incompetent. And that's why he's in the position. That's not why he's in the position. He's in that position because of anti-whiteism. And what role is he playing in making it easy for these losers to slander him? He's a fucking mayor, and look how he's dressed. His hair doesn't appear to be combed to me. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe that's what it looks like combed. But maybe he needs a different hairstyle. This looks like a guy on the basketball court that you would find everywhere in American cities. A hoodie on, the string is missing. I mean, how much more lowbrow can you get? And he's got a t-shirt under that. None of this is appropriate. None of it is white. So, why is he dressed like this? Because it's anti-white to do so. Because it is a middle finger to the white race, to Western norms, to Western standards. That's why he's dressed like this. Do you see how you have the option to focus on whether or not he's just some lazy, quarter-ounce bag smoking inner city dweller, or you can focus on the fact that he's anti-white and attacking our standards and norms. What's more productive? What's going to be of value?
Allow you, Mayor Scott, if you choose to do so, to respond to the tomfoolery and attacks on you.
She must have just learned that word because she definitely does not want to call the white devils or say that the white devils are engaged in tomfoolery. That means like silliness. That's not what she doesn't. She heard a big word, is my guess.
For having the nerve to be black and also a mayor.
Well, I think
having the nerve to be black and a mayor. You want to stay in their story? Brothers and sisters out there, brothers and sisters, gather round. Do you want to respond to that by saying, we don't care what weight he is. We only care about his policy. I mean, really? Just bend over your vegetable head and let this Joy Reid club you to death like a baby seal.
Listen, I know, and we all know, and you know very well, that black men and young black men in particular have been the boogeyman for those who are racist and think that only straight, wealthy white men should have a say in anything.
Okay, so is that in reality at all? No reason freaking out over that, right? No reason freaking out. That is completely true in the anti-white narrative. Every movie, every book, every magazine, every silver screen, everywhere, that's the reality. That the world is just white men, all in power. Nobody else is allowed to be in power. That will still be the story when the last white guy is executed, if we allowed it to get to that. Has nothing to do with reality whatsoever. So we go after, when we talk about these things, if we were to argue with them, or we're trying to bring strangers and brothers and sisters and friends over to white well-being, we go after the reality. We don't have the debate inside the anti-white narrative. Joy Reid is anti-white for saying something that's so anti-white and untrue. Obviously, patently untrue.
We've been the boogeyman from them since the first day they brought us to this country.
First day, I want you to pay attention to, and I know you've seen it a bunch of times, but the way that anti-whites talk, in this case, black anti-whites, he just said us. They brought us. Like they were in the ships. They were the ones that had to pick cotton or tobacco. They were the ones, and now it's their time to get revenge. Oh, he's going to say it. But now it's their time. They did this to us. White people, on the other hand, talk disavowing anything about us, even our own victimization. White people can't say they're doing this to us because they won't. Here we do.
And what they mean by DEI, in my opinion, is duly elected incumbent. We know what they want to say, but they don't have.
That's so. So if they had been smart enough to use DIE, he wouldn't have been able to use that. But can you believe this guy? He doesn't look terribly bright to me. And he outwitted them.
Have the courage to say the N-word, and the fact that I don't.
That is a manipulation. That's a trick that I guarantee you these people fell for. I guarantee you'll find Twitter thread. I haven't seen any, but I guarantee you'll find Twitter threads where they play this and they're like, I'll say it. Absolutely vegetables.
Believe in their untruthful and wrong ideology, and I am very proud.
What we should be calling him is anti-white. Listen to what he's very proud of.
Proud of my heritage and who I am and where I come from scares them.
So him being proud of his heritage, who he is, and where he come from scares white people. Now, he has not specified a particular group of white people, has he? I didn't hear any specification.
Because me being at my position means that their way of thinking, their way of life of being comfortable and suffering, and while everyone else.
Their way of life of being comfortable. If you're a white person, have you lived comfort because you're white? And whatever comfort we have, we built it, motherfucker, so it's ours. We built this nation. The comfort we deserve, any comfort we get, we deserve. Because we died, we bled, we suffered. In the maelstroms of conflict against other human beings, against other whites, against nature, against disease, we deserve it. It's ours. And every bit of it has been, every single bit of it has been a struggle and a hardship. Speaking entirely from the anti-white narrative. The white race all comfortable. The non-white race is all suffering. Maybe like the two non-whites on this screen. The six-figure salaried, hideous black woman, anti-white black woman, and the mayor of an entire American city that his people did not build. I mean, I couldn't even imagine becoming the mayor of a city that my race didn't build. Every day I would wake up and say, what in the fuck is going on? How did I become the mayor of a city that my people had no hand in creating? That's the hardship that they're suffering, these anti-white pigs.
Else suffers is going to be at risk, and they should be afraid because that's my purpose in life.
And
their way of and wrong, ideally elected incumbent.
Be careful. Listen right here. Your way of life is over.
We know what they want to say, but they don't have the courage to say the N-word. And the fact that I don't believe in their untruthful and wrong ideology, and I am very proud of my heritage and who I am. And
me too. Proud of my heritage and who I am.
Where I come from scares them because me being at my position means that their way of thinking, their way of life of being comfortable and suffering, and while everyone else suffers, is going to be at risk. And they should be afraid because that's my purpose in life.
He just said their way of life, white people, of any comfort that we have is at risk because he's in office and it's his purpose in life. Did I hear that wrong? White people, voters, white voters, would be much more animated I think Republican voters would be much more animated and angry to get out of Republican politicians and extract from them what we want if white Republican voters on average would focus on our victimization. This right here should make every white parent, uncle, aunt, grandmother, grandfather become a fiery zealot to put an end to anti-whiteism. But what's going to happen? A bunch of them are going to, people are going to become white negative, say negative things about these people on the basis of their birth. And the much larger percentage of the white race, much, much larger, is going to immediately ignore the threat to our well-being. His purpose in life is to remove our comfort. They're going to ignore that and abstractionize. They're going to ignore that and want to talk about an abstraction instead. I have so much contempt for white people when they do that. Ain't nobody going to go out, and they just don't. They just don't. Nobody's going to go out and become an impassioned fanatic for voter integrity, for any of these other, pick an abstraction, whatever your favorite abstraction is, whatever their favorite abstraction is, and none of them going to go out. This motherfucker anti-white said that it was his purpose in life and his position in government is to end the comfort of white people. You're not going to get fired up about that. No, it's just going to be, he didn't specify any particular group of white people. He said white people and their comfort, and I'm a threat to them because it's my life's mission to be that threat and to hold this position. But you watch how many conservative brothers and sisters out there are going to completely ignore this. I'm telling you what, anti-whites of any race can say directly into the face of white parents, we are going to kill your child because he or she is white. And those conservative white parents will abstractionize. You just want to do it for Agenda 3030. You just want to do it for population control. You disgust me. You absolutely disgust me. I think she said something at the end, and I want to get on to
make our country better and to make our economy stronger. God bless them. And to anybody who has anything negative to say about this mayor or those people, we know who you are. We see you. We see.
That's a threat. You say anything negative about this anti-white. By the way, I'm not going to watch the rest here. She talks about how it was Hispanics, like, what was it, 6 Hispanics on the bridge filling in potholes, and that several of them aren't even American. And they're the ones who are doing the work, completely ignoring white men engineered, built the bridge, built the country, built Baltimore, built the harbor. Who's pulling the wreckage out? Who's going to be building the next bridge? It doesn't matter how America, how many blacks were there in America when it was 90+% white? They weren't even allowed to be citizens. We gave them citizenship. No thanks for that. So this bitch, this vile anti-white turd, look at this turd, saying, well, it's all owed to the Hispanics. They're the ones who are doing the work on the bridge. America, the white race owes them. Fuck you. Anti-white scum. And then she here at the very end of it, we're watching you. If you have anything negative to say, white people, about anti-whiteism, we're coming for you. Well, if I have anything to do with it, your network will come to an end. I would pull the license so fast on that network. And then I would be trying hordes of employees there for treason to the country, including you. Piece of shit. We're watching you. Yeah. But white conservative brothers and sisters, go ahead and turn this into an abstraction. They're talking about freedom of speech, right? You're going to have to come too, or it's going to be too late. Some good news, I mean, if you want to call it that. I don't know if you want to call it that. But we have Kaylee Gain, who at a school I understand, and I'm open to being corrected, is 99% black. And what kind of parents must this girl have? What kind of absolute, I mean, I would, if I had children, we would live out of the car if we had to. And the media and the mother of the anti-white black female, 100 plus pounds heavier than this Kaylee, said that she was the real victim. She was the one being bullied. I'm so sure that the white female in a 99% black school, or whatever, must be close, that weighs 70 pounds was intimidating and taunting and harassing the 200-pound black female who is, as I say, in a school that is almost entirely black. I'm so sure. But in the anti-white narrative, that can happen. It absolutely can happen. Let's put that up on the screen. A glimmer of some good, maybe. In this news on Easter Sunday, the family of Kaylee Gain, the Missouri teen who suffered traumatic brain injuries following a fight. You mean an attack? I mean, come on. She obviously had nowhere to go. She obviously had nowhere to flee. And who knows how long she had been hunted and intimidated and mocked and ridiculed. And now finally she's, who knows? Right? So there was nowhere else. So it's not a fight. That's like saying like a full-grown man went into a kindergarten room and had a fight with a kindergartner. Following a vicious terroristic attack near her high school earlier this month, is sharing an update on her health. How will the MSNBC anti-white POS, how might she receive and respond to this kind of information? How about that mayor of Baltimore? That is his job, his life's mission, to deprive white people of their comfort. How might he receive the information about a white female being having her skull crushed open? Gain is now talking, in quotes, so like it's not real talking, and able to engage in, quote, limited verbal communication. Her family's lawyer, so she's going to be a vegetable. And her loved ones are going to have to take care of her. And meanwhile, to whatever degree, her consciousness and her ability to think about her state and where she is and what she has become is still active inside that broken brain. Imagine this living hell. And instead of caring about this young lady, instead of caring about her, our white conservative brothers are going to ignore that it's a racial attack. They'll talk about school violence, abstractions, and then the explicit scumbags out there will just attack black people in general. We're the only community going to care about her living inside this vegetative body. How can you, really appreciate and imagine what it would be like, to whatever degree the consciousness and self-awareness remains, and you're lying there as strangers have to put catheters in and out of your body, as strangers have to remove your fecal matter and clean you up from your fecal matter, as your body withers to nothingness, and your ability to remember even how to talk is diminished or gone. That's where she is now. But sure, talk about when you're a selfish piece of shit like Dane on Twitter, like that content creator on Twitter, Dane, who has no problem sharing these attacks by black people on white people, no problem, but won't follow me, won't, and I have been mentioned to her countless times, even when her account was much lower, much smaller. She's just selfishly concerned. Hey, if blacks are allowed to be in America, then I might get attacked. That's what she says. Instead of, let's put an end to anti-whiteism so that people like Kaylee, who can't get away from environments that Dane can get away from, won't have her skull cracked open and have to live the rest of her life having strangers put catheters inside of her, up her urethra. I'm being explicit because the reality of the hell that she now lives in for the rest of her life is something that we should know. Not an asinine 13 do itty. Fuck you. Selfish white scum. Selfish, individualistic white scum. If you don't share, and here's the reality also, if you have been exposed to us and you are not sharing the stuff we're doing, and we have nothing but victories. Every Sunday we're talking about victories for years. None of this was happening in the world. It's happening because of us. We did it. If you've been exposed to us and you don't want to talk about it, then you are to some degree responsible for Kaylee and the future Kayleys. Just know that. Just know that you are responsible to some degree. She's talking and limited verbal communication. In other words, that sort of thing. Kaylee also recently began speech therapy, has gone on a few short walks. So is she, but with assistance. Good God in heaven, please let this young woman recover from this. And let her awaken to the reality of anti-whiteism, and let her parents awaken to the reality of anti-whiteism, and to get her out of this environment and to put her in a safe place. And you all, because of the good work that we're doing here and the way that it empowers you, dedicate your lives to making sure that no more Kayleys suffer the way your daughter did. Amen. Gain was involved in an altercation with a different female student that day before the fight landed her in the hospital. He wrote that it was presently unclear if the latter fight had anything to do with the previous altercation. Elsewhere in the statement, he noted that the Gain family spotted screenshots from a social media page, presumably belonging to the 15-year-old student who was arrested in connection with the fight, though he said he couldn't confirm their authenticity. He wrote that posts mentioned joining apparently this anti-white black female had written online that she should join the WWE or MMA and called the fight calculated. He argued in his statement that the alleged post showed complete disregard for the well-being of a fellow human being, and argued that the teen whose identity, and this is the other thing, is what I saw out of this DA, is typical conservatism, cowardly conservatism. Typical cowardly conservatism, or conservative positioning, which is the school violence. That's the problem. A general disregard for human life is the problem. No, anti-whiteism is the problem. It wasn't a general attack on human life, motherfucker. That's not what it was. It wasn't a general expression of school violence. It was a specific anti-white attack. That's what it was. Anybody going to get, how many people get behind? How many people get super fiery, impassioned over a rise in school violence? Do you see how the anti-whites just manipulate the shit out of you? How many people get really just fervently impassioned over a general disregard for human life? White people are being hunted. Say it. It's anti-whiteism. Say it. Look, it says here, GoFundMe campaign has raised almost $500,000 for the family. That's wonderful. But again, where is the focus on our victimization as a people? This is what this tells me, is that our conservative brothers and sisters thought that the God money would fix everything. We'll send money because that's what has value, not our flesh. Her mother, April, shared an update on her daughter's condition most recently on March 22nd, sharing on one of the GoFundMe pages that she was stable and finally breathing on her own. Could you imagine your daughter finally breathing on her own? I wanted to come here and thank everyone for the generosity, love, and support you have shown for Kaylee and our family. The mother wrote, to everyone that has donated and also sent their thoughts, love, and prayers, we wanted to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. The overwhelming amount of support for Kaylee and our family has been amazing. She still has an incredibly long journey ahead of her, but she is strong. We will update Kaylee's GoFundMe when we can, as changes continue to happen. Thanks again, everybody. You know, all that we can, one of the things I guess we can be really grateful for is that it doesn't appear, at least as yet, that CRS from the federal government has gotten to this family. I guess if the story were a little bigger, CRS would have been there, and Kaylee's mother and father and family and friends would have all suddenly said, this has nothing to do with race. Whatever you do, white people, don't think that it was a targeting of a white female because she's white and attractive. I mean, look at this little girl. This little girl is going to grow up, or was going to grow up, to be a beautiful woman. A beautiful woman. The anti-white black female, not so much. Didn't look the same. Didn't look like she had the same potential for beauty. So this white female probably getting all of the attention of the boys, etc. By that, it's their choice. And that's why this girl was being bullied by what appeared to me to be, in my opinion, a hideous young girl. God be with her. But she looked rather grotesque to me. So she was jealous, and she decided, well, that's all right. And you saw the ferocity. If you watch the video, which we can play here, you saw the ferocity. That wasn't we have a disagreement. That wasn't let's have it out because you're on one end of an argument and I'm on the other. That was I despise that you exist behavior that you saw. She got on top of this girl, and with an infernal, guttural, monstrous hatred for white people, and her as the avatar for the whole white race, wanted to smash her head and pretty white face into oblivion. That's what you witnessed. So damn right, prosecutor, we should be talking about how this is anti-whiteism.
not school violence, not a general disregard for human life. And with that, we'll be right back.
Daddy.
Oh my God!
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred.
Alright, now I'm just gonna speak my heart on this. I will most likely run out of room and have to loop it, so bear with me if the beat fades on me. But check this out. This isn't your typical way of saying no I guilt that will strip you from your roots and everything the fam has built. I know you're used to hearing it. I am not my ancestors, but I'm folk-based. My DNA in a way I am my ancestors. In a world of packs, individuality is suicide. And it's clear you're drunk off guilt, so for you I'll drive. You say you don't see color, but the color sees you, making a twisted demonization of everything that we do. The fastest way to kill a tree is strip it from its roots, and people work the same throughout the days we've seen the proof. To victimize Europeans, manipulate them to war, up against a face that looks just like yours. You see, I grew up a patriot for the red, white, and blue. Now I'm grown in a patriot for the other countries we built too. Atrocities have been committed by everybody. Atrocities have been committed upon everybody. To call it out as wrong only when it is done by whites is to have a mentality that is simply anti-white. When it comes to slavery, we're not the ones who invented it, but it is true we were the ones who ended it. Yes, it is still practiced, but nowhere in the West. And looking at the first documents can really start to test the narrative we hear. And there's a book out there that says blacks were born to be slaves, not of our origins, so dang. That's why I don't trust history, and all I know is modern day, which is the erasure of my nature, my home, my folk every way. Cause in their state minds it's just a fight to decease me over history that was fabricated completely. And in my lifetime I've seen the most gruesome abuse, images I wish I could unsee, and that is the truth. We defend ourselves and it's magnified, but it's been revised for another kind. And suddenly they have earned it, your view is worthless, ain't white, that's what you want to be, so I get it though. Any excuse to ridicule, my evidence is plentiful. There's no bad race, we're beautiful. Love the American people, God love building them homes. We're heartbroken souls when our government killed themselves. We weren't vile, we let our kids play together. They light a mile hoping we believe what they tell us. But even if we believe the history told by anti-whites, it's not an excuse to make the erasure of a people justified. So believe what you want, but it doesn't change the fact that you're trying to think of reasons why my people should be attacked. It's clear that they want to destroy Western civilization. That's why they attack the very people who built these Western nations. So if you care about the Western country you live in, stand with mine, cause there's no Western civilization without a Western kind. Would never wish this upon other races to see in the country. So why has the narrative changed when it's European countries? If your claim was true and we run everything, you wouldn't have these opinions or be able to speak on anything. Go to Japan and try, they'll give you the hand, and that's why they run their own country as they should. We don't run ours, you wish we could. Europe's for Europeans, it's not privilege when you built this. And away from the mainland, you cannot white guilt this. They long to erase it so they can claim that we didn't. When on our creations is written, you can see our biospirit. Look at how Europe built these beautiful castles we did. Look at Arabian architecture with their gorgeous arches. Look at Oriental beauty and what's been built in the East. Africa, Mexico, all amazing and unique. Beautifully different people will create different things and make it their home. I'm talking biospiritually. And we all deserve a home comfortable and in peace. No one should ever wish upon anyone a biospiritual decrease. Now give me a moment cause I gotta bring back the beat. So many reasons to have love for my people. If you're mad, I just ask why you're mad at love for my people. I would never tell you to not have love for yours. Life is better when all cultures can survive, that's for sure. But to not have pride in yours is a very toxic view. You should not wish that upon me, and I do not wish it on you. Europeans in unity is the scariest thing for them, it's true. Cause then we can't be destroyed when they try to subdue. This is a letter for the white man, I know you receive a lot, but this one here that I'm writing like the others, it is not. Open your eyes to folk like mine, good free can help you out more. And the start to all your healing is at knowiguilt.org. This is a letter for the white man, I know you receive a lot, but this one here that I'm writing like the others, it is not. Open your eyes to folk like mine, good free can help you out more. And the start to all your healing is at knowiguilt.org. I'm addressing this to all of Western mankind, so this includes women. I know for you things haven't been right. When did you stop feeling protected by your brothers? Probably the same time society degraded housewives and mothers. We were told it was man over woman in a book we were given. Then we were given the movement called feminism. Clearly both will cause conflict and make our hearts become hollow. so what do we follow? I just follow my nature, and upon the highest pedestal is where I want to place you. But feminism will knock that very pedestal down. Can't be the giver that I am if we are equals now. Nor can I use my various strengths and combine them with yours. We were made to balance each other as lovers, I am sure. And when we find our balance, that's when we'll weather the storm. Plus different men for different roles, different women fulfill all those. We need more West babies, yes, babies that are white. If you find that offensive, why are you against white life? And nah, I have never been harsh towards mixed couples, but if someone wants to preserve their race, then what's the trouble? They want us dead, makes sense why we want to live. Had to learn who I was and am, and then it finally made sense why you should think tribally and want a tribe for your kids. White women with white men is the scariest thing for them, it's true, cause then we can't be destroyed when they try to subdue. This is a letter for the white man, I know you receive a lot, but this one here that I'm writing like the others, it is not. Open your eyes to folk like mine, if we can help you out more. And the start to all your healing is at knowwhiteguilt.org. This is a letter for the white man, I know you receive a lot, but this one here that I'm writing like the others, it is not. Open your eyes to folk like mine, if we can help you out more. And the start to all your healing is at knowwhiteguilt.org. Thank you all for listening. I'll probably put this as the last song on the album because I feel like I just let it all out. But listen, if you have noticed the victimization of Western kind, aka white people, and our creations, then consider buying the book Go Free by Jason Kuna. Consider checking out No White Guilt on YouTube. It doesn't matter what race you are. If you'd like to be a part of a movement that is focused on the love of our people and not hate of others, a movement that stands for the preservation of all people, because the West is under attack, so we must stand with Western kind in order for all people to be protected. So knowwhiteguilt.org, No White Guilt on YouTube. My name is RC the Realist if you want to look me up on social media, and I can introduce you to the best people you'll ever meet. Your religion doesn't matter either. We all deserve our healing. Atheists deserve healing. Christians deserve healing. Muslims deserve healing. Buddhists deserve healing. European native spirituality practitioners deserve healing. It's all love over here. And when I personally think of Go Free, I think of going free from two things. I think of going free from white guilt so we can learn who we truly are as Westerners, and going free from playing the villain role and thinking violence is the answer to fix this. Violence is not the answer. And we are a movement about love, hope, and redemption. knowwhiteguilt.org.
Daddy.
That's not the Easter Bunny! That's not the Easter Bunny!
Oh my God!
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred.
Excellent time, ladies and gentlemen, to get out the swashbuckling. It is totally epic this Sunday. It is off the charts, the victories of this community. We're going to begin right now celebrating RC, the Realist. Ladies and gentlemen, that song was epic. He's got an entire album. You saw the links there. Show this man some love. Give this man some salutes. Give him and his wife and his young family crowns, gems on this Easter, on this day that Christ has come back from the dead, and that's what we celebrate in the West. Show this man some love and service. What an epic song. Think about, nothing like this has ever been done. And ladies and gentlemen, in service to white well-being, there has never been a practice, an ideology, an organization that engendered the creation of so much art. And that, my friends, means that the work that we do here speaks to the biospirit of our people. It speaks to the soul of our people. That's why it engenders poetry and paintings and digital art and natural art and rap music and rock music and synth music and country music and so much more. That's never been done. That's never been done because none of these other approaches, none of them speak to the spirit of the West inside of us. It's truly magical. Give up love, hope, and redemption. Give up salutes for these brothers in service to white well-being. RC, the Realist. Ladies and gentlemen, you know who we got to get to right off from the very beginning. The one and only Franklinator. Out in the world, IRL. Man, salute. 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 I'm not kidding. Salute. these champions for white well-being. He is out there wallpapering, disseminating in the real world the message, the lexicon, the dialectics, changing the lives of those who read those messages, ladies and gentlemen, changing their lives. He is here moderating. He is here afterward doing the minutes, doing the timestamps, all of this time and more, providing me and therefore all of us with his research of all the people, of everyone that he can find that are doing amazing things, because we have so many champions here in this community rocking it. Give it up. Give it up for Franklin. Big salutes. Keep it going for a name that you know as equally well. No white guilt clips. Ladies and gentlemen, just over the past 10 days, it's like 30-some thousand views on a couple of the clips that Clips has recently made. Give that man some love. Show him that you care about him, that you appreciate all of the hours. Do you know how long it takes to make a clip? Do you know how long it takes to make me look good? It takes him a long time. Show him love. Show him the respect he deserves. Somebody is going to see, people are going to see the clips that he makes, and they're going to be in positions of influence and positions of power, and they're going to change your world, and you're going to have to thank him. And if you don't do it, I will hunt your ass down for it. Big love for who's doing it. Clips is doing it, ladies and gentlemen. Love this man. Let's keep it going. You're not even going to believe all of our victories. Look at this. We have Eric down under, the champion. He's over here. And what account was he on there? Does it say? It says that it was he was on Pauline Hanson's channel. And he wrote here, who else thinks Pauline should bring up the rise of anti-whiteism in this country, our once great country of Australia, my once great country of Australia, your once great country of Australia. Who else thinks that she should bring up the rise of anti-whiteism in this country? And he already had, by the time we took the screen capture of it, 101 likes. This is who's doing it? Eric is doing it. Big salute. Good brother. Check this out. John Unstoppable. IRL. Stop demonizing white people. Show John how much of it. This guy, are you brave enough to get out in the world and have perfect handwriting somehow levitating over your automobile and put this on the back window? Are you brave enough? Aren't you happy he is? Aren't you grateful that he is? Big salutes and gratitude for John. Thousands of people going to be seeing the messaging, seeing the website. God bless him. And remember, when it comes to marketing, folks, people need to see things again and again. Big love. And now we are going to hit up, and it's not even done. 6 posts. You're going to break out big love for the phenomenal work of Cool Papa J Magic. Starting off right here. We have Cool Papa J Magic over on Hive Mind, Liberal Hive Mind's channel. And he wrote this. She doesn't realize that the anti-whiteism she loves and supports is exactly what led to this. 349 likes. Who's doing it? Who made anti-white and anti-whiteism and white erasure and more a common parlance across English and increasingly other languages of the white race? We did it. Cool Papa J Magic did it. And then he has folks agreeing with him here. Absolutely, at no white guilt, we learn dialectic concepts to defend against anti-whiteism. Look at this. The champions coming together strategically. Big love. Keep it going for Cool Papa J Magic. 96s for this man. 07, 007, 007, Quad 07. Keep it going. This is Cool Papa J Magic over on a Lotus Eaters video. He writes, who else is sick of funding white erasure? 304 likes at the time of the screen capture. My God. When they say, who did it? When they say, who did it? You know who did it. Cool Papa J Magic again. This time over on the great King Dice's channel. He says we need to start treating anti-whiteism the way mainstream conservatives treat perceived anti-Jewish rhetoric. Folks, to that statement, 1.4 thousand likes. You know who's not a part of those likes? J-Spurgs. That means those are ordinary white people. Ordinary white people are giving the likes to the comments made by the people in this community. The J-Spurgs hate us. The white negatives hate us. The people who want to speak negatively about other races hate us. These are normal white people giving us these colossal numbers. Cool Papa J Magic, keep showing him love. Get this man a treasure chest. Show him the treasure chest. For Cool Papa J Magic, get him a dragon and a treasure chest to protect the horde of swashing victories. Epic swash. Make sure the swash banner flies. Make sure that there is nothing but swash banners afloat over this man and all his work. The great Cool Papa J Magic. This time, he's over on Sargon of Akkad's channel. And he writes, blah, blah, blah. I'm sick of their anti-whiteism. No white guilt. 708 likes. And then we have at the very bottom there, based and no white guilt pilled. 63 likes to that. Big swash. Big swash. This man, I swear to God, he is a whole fleet of swashbucklers. That's this man, Cool Papa J Magic. He's an entire fleet of swashbucklers swinging in, riding through the window on a beautiful Polish Arabian, taking control of the situation, rose in his teeth. The great Cool Papa J Magic. And we're with Papa J Magic again. Keep it going. This time, he's over on Tim Pool. Aren't you grateful that Cool Papa J Magic is doing it for you? Aren't you grateful? Show the love. This time on Tim Pool's channel, he's everywhere. This man is swashing everywhere. Talk about big Promethean energy. BPE. Swinging BPE. He writes, this is anti-whiteism. YouTube is not going to let me expand, but let's stop pretending it's not. Almost 1,000 likes over on Tim Pool. Again, remember, abstractionists, your basic abstractionist is going to reject this. White negatives who want to say negative things about other races, reject it. These are ordinary, good white people. God bless. God bless Cool Papa J Magic. Here he is again, this time under Tucker Carlson Uncensored. Can you believe this? He's going to have to give classes, ladies and gentlemen. Throw gems at him. Throw gold coins at him. Throw desserts at this man. Put him on your shoulders. March him and his family around. We love him. Cool Papa J Magic. This time, Tucker Carlson, he writes, the real name for January 6th is Patriots Day. 623 likes at the time of the screen capture. God bless this champion. And then another user shows up. That's a great idea. And Papa J Magic comes back. Free the Patriots Day political prisoners. I love it. Patriots Day, Patriots Day, Patriots Day. Don't call it Jan 6. And when people start calling it, when it catches on everywhere and it's being called Patriots Day, who did it? Cool Papa J Magic did it, bitch. That's who did it. This community, the outreach team did it. God bless these real champions of Western civilization. What do we got next here? The leader of the outreach team we just named himself. Celebrate Biospirit of the West. The reason why the outreach team has found half a dozen or more other gears. This champion. Here he is in one of his very own tweets. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. He writes, way past time to put an end to anti-whiteism and white erasure. Both concepts from the Go Free practice. We can't go on living this way. Sharing a meme, ladies and gentlemen, 50,000 likes, 50 or views, 50,000 people saw this tweet using anti-whiteism and white erasure. And then I think it was who made this meme as well, coming together. I don't think it was Biospirit of the West, coming together, working together. 50,000 people in the meme, anti-whiteism, thoughts, actions, and policies hostile to Western kind. Look at all of the lexicon that is being witnessed by 50,000 people. Who did it? Biospirit of the West did it, bitch. Big salutes for these heroes. The way our victimization discussed at all is all a consequence of these people's efforts. It's all a consequence of they're doing it all day long. They're not paid. They should be paid. Think about how much more we could do. Big celebrate for Biospirit of the West. Then we have, ladies and gentlemen, another king, Paul Zaipula, over here on Twitter. He's responding to a tweet by Colin Rugg. And we have here, he writes, Kaylee Gain is in this situation. Why? What does this champion, this king, write? She is in this situation because of anti-whiteism, not because of blacks, not because of disregard to humanity, not because of school violence on the increase, because of anti-whiteism. Representatives like Cori Bush have been preaching hate against white people their whole political career. Kaylee is one of Cori's constituents. You know who hasn't said anything about Kaylee? Cori Bush. How many people are seeing this? 441,000 views. Ladies and gentlemen, 441,000. And back here, we have with Biospirit of the West, his was, I don't have where his, maybe it was a solo tweet. With his 50,000, we have over 500,000 views between just those two. All of these concepts from the Go Free method. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure they hear. Let them see the swashbuckling flags fly for the epic swash of these champions. The gems for their rings and necklaces. But we're not done. Oh no, we're not done, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get to Matt Walsh in just a second. Before we get to Matt Walsh and what he did, we're going to celebrate our one and only Franklinator and Azimuth Clark again. We're going to listen to the video of them swashing on Fleckus Talks right now and him using white erasure.
Whenever they have like the ability to choose who represents the city or whatever in a picture like this, like if it's a positive thing, they can't pick white.
Yeah.
So it has to be a person of color or like a Native American or something. But if it's negative, if they're looking for the thumbnail for who's doing all the looting,
the stealing, the robberies,
then it has to be a white person.
Yeah, you can see the white behind the ski mask, the white eyes.
Yeah.
Watch. It stop playing?
White eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like it's not going to play.
Ski mask, the white eyes.
Yeah.
Let's see if it'll start up. No, it's not going to play for some reason. It's having a glitch. He says white erasure there. Fleckus, the guy on the right, says white erasure. Give it up for Azimuth Clark and Franklin. Swashing on this duo who normally have 60 to 80,000 views a video, over 700,000 subs, got this champion using white erasure. God bless Franklin and Azamu Clark. We also have here, ladies and gentlemen, one more from Cool Papa J Magic, and we're actually going to review it after the celebration here in a moment. Check this out.
Favorite comment yesterday is from Cool.
What now? Whether they're all not going to play? Oh my God. We'll see if we can get it to play when we come back. They're not playing. He talks in this video. I wonder if the Matt Walsh video will play. Maybe we'll have to play them after we wrap up the celebration. See if they'll play at that point. Right now, though, we're going to go back over to the one and only Matt Walsh. Look at what Matt Walsh does here. Greg Abbott signed an executive order. This is King Walsh to you, ladies and gentlemen. King Walsh swashing at levels that are glorious beyond imagination. And we have a video. Hopefully it'll play. Greg Abbott signed an executive order calling for punishment for anti-Semitic rhetoric. He puts in quotes. Here's why that is absurd, wrong, and un-American. We'll try to play the video in 1 minute, but you're going to be amazed out of your mind. 1.5 million views, ladies and gentlemen. 1.5 million views. Jump out of your seats and celebrate the great, the one and only King Walsh and what he shares in that video. We'll be right back. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Let's see if we can go back and play, if this will play at all. It looks like the software is malfunctioning. And so we might see if we can pull it back up. Maybe we'll be able to do that. Let's see if we can play the great Matt Walsh. Let's see if that video works.
Whatever reason, it was decided that we needed to actually specifically outline every single group that you cannot say hateful things about. Then why are certain groups conspicuously left off the list? It is rather hard to imagine Greg Abbott ever issuing an executive order calling for punishments for anti-white rhetoric on college campuses, in spite of the fact that anti-whiteism is not only incredibly pervasive on every major university campus in the country, but it's also part of the curriculum. Students are forced to listen to anti-white screeds in the classroom from their professors. Every hateful thing imaginable has been said on college campuses about white people by staff, by administrators, by professors, let alone also, of course, the students. Yet, to my knowledge, Greg Abbott has never issued an executive order addressing that. Why is that?
Oh my gosh, folks, celebrate to the moon, to the stars, to the Mars. Celebrate to the ends of time and the beginning of time. Our outreach team has been targeting this guy with love. We determined that he was a stand-up guy and that he would be the kind of guy that, upon seeing the concepts, would take them just like the great King Dice and would begin promulgating them to much larger audiences. 1.5 million people have seen that. 1.5 million people. It's absolutely astonishing. It is so glorious, the successes we are having in service to white well-being. Who's doing it? You know who's doing it. Let me see if we can get up these other videos that we're failing to play. And we'll have a quick look, especially because we're going to get into the Go Free lesson of the day in just a moment, where we will be addressing some of Michael No's response. His favorite comment was from Cool Papa J Magic. So let's see if we can find and see if we can get these videos playing.
Whenever they have like the ability to choose who represents the city or whatever in a picture like this, like if it's a positive thing, they can't pick white.
Yeah.
So it has to be a person of color or like a Native American or something. But if it's negative, if they're looking for the thumbnail for who's doing all the looting,
The stealing, the robberies,
then it has to be a white person.
Yeah, you can see the white behind the ski mask, the white eyes.
Yeah, exactly. So there's obviously an agenda there. Get rid of white erasure when you can, and then include everyone else besides white people when you can as well.
Oh my God! Big salute to Fleckus and his co-host there, and of course our champions Franklin and Azimuth Clark, who've been swashing on these guys, and because they figured that they were decent people, and that when presented with the lexicon and dialectics, they would see the value, the moral value, and adopt. And that's exactly what's happened, exactly to plan. Really magnificent. Remember, we're the special forces. Everybody else is the special needs. God bless these heroes. And let's go over for the Cool Papa J Magic quickly and see if we can't get that to play this time.
My favorite comment yesterday is from Cool Papa J Magic, who says it's not identity politics, it's anti-whiteism. They're not dividing and pitting us against each other. They're uniting all other groups against white people.
Oh my God. Just right there, because I want to dissect with some of what this Knowles guy says, because we're seeing it elsewhere. We see it from a lot of our brothers and sisters as well. Massive salutes. Cool Papa J is cool. I mean, can we give Cool Papa J Magic sainthood at this point? Can we just go ahead and say that this guy is a saint? I mean, this is unbelievable, earth-moving. We absolutely need white millionaires. Non-white millionaires are invited to finance us so that we can have the white ADL, and people like Cool Papa J Magic will be hired, and we will do this on an industrial scale to change the conversation in America and across Western civilization. Absolutely astonishing. All of it going to plan. We don't got squat for money or power. Nothing compared. You know how much they spend at Daily Wire on Facebook to advertise a Daily Wire a month? Like $150,000. And who knows what else they're spending elsewhere. We don't have anything. And we have changed the conversation. We have changed it. And it's because of champions like Cool Papa J Magic. Big salutes. Big salutes. My God. But we got to dig in here. We have the Go Free lesson of the day. God bless everybody. As far as the mailbag goes, there was nothing in the mailbag. It was a big Easter egg, pun intended. But it was empty. So we don't have any mail. We're going straight to the Go Free lesson of the day. And we're going to talk about this. The Go Free lesson of the day is the rest of this clip. And what we see so often, and we're going to talk about this. I would like your views. We're going to do a Twitter space. And if you'd like to talk about it there, then wonderful. We want to hear about it. We hear the MP from our brothers and sisters, mean pathogen, poisonous idea, from our brothers and sisters in conservatism, that it's not about race. And this, of course, is a cowardly way to deflect from the reality that the white race is targeted. And they feel it immoral to defend the white race. And we have to address that. And some of the statements that I have used in response to our brothers and sisters saying it's not about race is to say that it is about the victimization of white people. You're not going to deny that, right? It is about that. I mean, you can conclude that they want to divide us or whatever it is, but the obvious, salient, blatant tool is the targeting of the white race by everybody else, by anti-whites. I've also said it's not about white pride, definitely not about white power, but it's not about white pride. It's about white victimization. So we're talking about
the targeting of our people by anti-whiteism and trying to communicate to our white brothers and sisters in the conservative circles that it's actually immoral to not identify our victimization. You can go so far, depending on how effeminate or weak or passive or what have you, the person you're talking to, who they would be very willing to talk about the victimization of blacks as blacks being victimized. You can very easily pace them and say, look, you care a lot about blacks. They're going to be harmed more by the collateral damage of the attack on white people. So the only way to stop the harm to black people that you care so much about, or Hispanic people that you care so much about, or Asian or humans, that's the other one. Like you just had the fat singer from Virginia. He just released an album, Oliver Anthony. And interestingly enough, he didn't put that song on it. The one that got him all the attention. If you hear the sirens outside, they're not coming for me. Not yet, I don't think. But then he was talking about like the humans. It's about the humans. Well, you can retort by saying, well, the humans are going to continue getting harmed if we don't address the attack on white people, because that is where this system is dividing humanity. White, they're not anti-white against white. So all races in the anti-white column against the white race and what the white race produces. And it's very easy to give examples of that. And I think we also have to be aware. Now, tag me as No White Guilt if you have any thoughts on this. We're going to get to the financial gifts right now. And so you get your time to get some thoughts together about this. And tag me with what you have to think about it. But you might have to, when it comes to a lot of these people, they're so pussified, they're so delicate that you might have to just make the point and then go away and let them mull over it, because like any more will cause them to have a collapse any more, and they're going to melt down because they are so brainwashed into believing that it is identifying our victimization is the most immoral thing that one can do. So to throw in their face, it's not white power to be against white victimization. How's that? Let's write that one down. Now, what we see here is also, we're going to get to Knowles here and what he says, because we're seeing, and we have always seen, I guess, a lot of this same, where they try to co-opt, and you're going to be seeing more of that, where they'll try to say, oh, yes, it is about race, it is about anti-whiteism, but that's only like this ancillary thing. The real reason is, and we have to be able to address that as well. So in his case, it's going to be the real reason is because they're after Christianity. That's a very easy thing to dismiss. But we will talk about that in a moment, because right now we're going to go back to the raucous emojis in splendiferous fashion, as royal as it can be, ladies and gentlemen, as dazzling and awesome as we can make it, for the one and only Marie Curie. Please give it up for this wonderful lady, ladies and gentlemen, a magnificent participant in service to white well-being for a great many years, financially gifting. You better make sure she hears it in the country she lives in. 400 Jesus arose on this day dollars. My goodness, Marie Curie, God bless you. Thank you so very much. She writes with those 400. She is a queen of the West dollars. Happy Easter to all my white brothers and sisters. Thank you, Jason, for giving me the certainty that we will end our victimization and recapture our destiny for our innocent children's. Greetings from Germany. Greetings from the once great
country of Deutschland, Marie Curie. Please, ladies and truly, please, for this queen of the West, Marie Curie. God bless you, sister, for your service to white well-being on this day when Jesus rose from the dead, and we remember and ignore the evil because we are crushing the evil in this world. God bless you. God bless you. And of course, keep it going, because you know the namesake now for the platform is here. He's with us, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Dude Bro Moment. Crowns for both of these champions. Crowns. I made up. This was one of my dances. We'll try to get you to figure out who this was. What dance? Who was this that I made the dance up for? 10 points for whoever figures it out. Dude Bro Moment, $50. $50 for white well-being. We're pulling them down. We're pulling down the anti-whites, and it's because of people like this. Dude Bro Moment, $50. And he writes with those 50 scorching hot dollars for white well-being. Big salutes to you. Keep it going for TJ, who is also in the house over here at Entropy. God bless TJ. $20 financial gift after all of these epic victories, swashing victories of changing the world. I mean, King Walsh, 1.5 million. Knowles here saying my favorite comment was from Cool Papa J Magic. And anybody else? Elijah, do you want to say that Fuentes is changing things? TJ, financially gifting $20. Blessings to all working for the well-being of Western kind all over the world. Yes, indeed. We are in all the countries of the West. We are even in non-white countries, white people in non-white countries. God bless you, TJ. Thank you so much for that. We also have Open Borders here, financially gifting $5. Thank you so much on Entropy. Says, hi, Jason. I'm from Australia. I usually can't make your show due to work. I mean, go figure, right? Our community has people who the vast majority work. They have jobs, or they work their whole lives, and so they have the retirement, or they are in between jobs, or they are active school and work, unlike so many of these other communities of do nothing, squat, shit losers who are doing nothing but showing up at content creators and then going and harassing other content creators who aren't following their crush. Open Borders over here, $5. In our once great country of Australia says, did you see the lawfare shut down? Did you see lawfare shut down VDare? I have not seen that. Was VDare really just shut down in Australia or shut down everywhere? Somebody please tag me in the live stream and give me the info on this on YouTube. Was VDare shut down everywhere? And what exactly are the details of that? I'm very interested to find out. A group of people who continually ignored all of our successes, continually ignored. I know them. There's no excuse. There's no excuse whatsoever. So big salutes there to everybody financially gifting there. I'll be getting to your comments in just a minute, and we will open up that Twitter space tonight for a little bit. Over here on Odyssey, I see 0.01 library tokens from Wing It Productions. And he says, amen. Thank you so much for the 0.01 library tokens. Like I said, I'll be coming back for the tags. Right now, I'm looking for the financial gifts. That is it on Odyssey. Over here on D Live, let's see if we have any of their little cryptocurrencies showing up. Says Spartan over here, financially gifting 1 diamond of cryptocurrency. Thank you so much for that diamond of cryptocurrency on D Live. Says April 8th solar eclipse time, Texas at 1:27 p.m. So that is the solar eclipse coming across these United States. Thank you so much for that. I don't think there were any more financial gifts this day. Thank you all for the little stickers. Hello to everybody on the other platforms. Let me swivel around this way. We will take a look at Cash App and Subscribe Star. And Subscribe Star looks like we are caught up, didn't miss anybody. And on Cash App, we have today, let's see, we have Yiz the Unifier. Financially gifting $5. God bless you, sister, champion of Western kind. She says, weekly folk tithe and happy Easter. A big happy Easter to you. Thank you so much. We also have Ace. Wow, financially gifting. Get out the raucous emojis. Get out the celebration. Big applause. Big applause. Crowns and gems. Crowns and gems to rain like manna from heaven. 96s. The 9 words, atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. And the 6 key concepts, anti-white, anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, Western kind, white well-being, white erasure. Celebrate Ace, who financially gifted on this day 100 white well-being dollars, and says with those $100 a smiley face and for Western kind is written in there. On this, the day that Christ rose from the dead. God bless you, Ace. Thank you so much. Keep it going for Samushki. Samushki, true talent in service to white well-being. So many talents, so many varied talents. This guy, $25. 25. Let's put an end to the anti-whiteism. Dollars writes, loving your people is the highest moral good. Amen to that. So very true. And that's how this guy is motivated to do so much good in the world, because it's the highest morality. God bless you. Seamus. We have the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, our brilliant in-house philosopher, Slaughtz, is here, financially gifting $10. And he says, Cool Papa J Magic deserves more, but in his name, a $10, a very Slaughtzian thing to do, a pristine thing to do. Ladies and gentlemen, honoring the great Cool Papa J Magic with a financial gift, the great Slaughtz. So pristine, gifting for the epic swash, really record swash of Cool Papa J Magic. God bless you, Slaughtz, for that. And we also have White Arts, $5 financial gift. And he says, for your service, Jason. Well, God bless you. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. God bless everybody for celebrating. You know what God likes? God likes when we get together and we preserve what he created. God likes when we get together and we fight and preserve for what he created. He created Western kind because he wanted it, and here we are. God bless you, champions. Every single one. Let's keep it moving. We're going to get over to Michael Knowles, and we're going to see what he has to say. We'll back it up so you can hear.
My favorite comment yesterday is from Cool Papa J Magic, who says it's not identity politics, it's anti-whiteism. They're not dividing and pitting us against each other. They're uniting all other groups against white people.
Really quickly, Knowles has to read Magic's comment. Why? You see, we have thought all this out. We strategized beforehand. We planned, practiced, got rid of what didn't work, retained what worked, applied, and now have success. Why? Because we are there in his audience and the moral people in his audience picking up these concepts. We are there in adjacent audiences like Walsh, content creators like Walsh, like Dice, like so many others, like Dr. Swain. We are there. And so now there is this pressure. You see, content creators like Knowles forever when we would say something in the white sympathetic sphere about it being focused on white people to harm white people, they simply ignored us because they didn't have to speak to what we were talking about. We were using the wrong concepts, we were using the wrong strategy, etc. So they would just ignore. Can't ignore anymore. He would just ignore in the past and then say, no, it's this. Now has to adopt, has to say, this is, remember we talk about politicians. First, it's lip service. Remember we talked about pressuring them, and then the great no white guilt clips went out into the world with the strategy and implemented it and totally obliterated, made the politician spit come out of his mouth. Literally, we have the video. So this is the lip service. Oh, it's my favorite. Yes, it's my favorite comment. Now, I'm not in Knowles' head. I don't know to what degree he's being genuine, but this is my favorite comment. Could very easily just be lip service to speak to his audience and then say, now I'm going to redirect you. You know, this is like going back 60 plus years in American conservatism when it was pretty common to redirect white people away from more of a natural inclination, 60, 70 years, to redirect us from a natural inclination, a natural direction, to abstractions, to religion. Been gone because of the power of anti-whiteism. But now we're back to the lip service. So he says, favorite comment, he agrees, but...
You're partly right, Cool Papa J Magic, but you're not totally right. It's true. The libs hate white people. I'm not denying that at all. They have campaigns to abolish whiteness, as I mentioned at the top of the show.
He needs to learn not to say whiteness, and that whiteness is not white people. But we'll get there. And when we do, all of the white losers out there will claim that we didn't do it. You know how that works.
But they also hate men, and they also hate Christians.
Okay. Now, why do they hate men? Which men do they hate? Do they hate Jewish men? Do they, Michael? Come on, Mikey. Come on, Mikey. Do they hate Jewish men? Do they hate black men? Really, Mikey? Do they hate black men? Do they hate black Christians? No. They don't. Do they hate Hispanic Christians? No. All those stories we talked about earlier, how many times have you seen in the countless iterations of the anti-Christian movies, books, magazine articles, etc., was it situated in a black town, a black Christian community? In Jamaica, Christians in Jamaica, Christians in Nicaragua. How many times, Michael? Never. It's always white people. The men they hate are white males. So you see how the winds of fortune and truth are at our back. I don't know Michael's heart. Maybe he's got a good heart. Maybe he's still learning. Okay. Maybe he's learning and he's going to realize, whoa, it's actually true. They hate men because of anti-whiteism. It's white men. They hate Christianity because of anti-whiteism. It's white people practicing Christianity. And on and on. They hate the Western family unit because it's white, because white people created it. Maybe he's learning, but if he's not, the winds of fortune are with us. The winds of truth are with us. So if we use the tools that work, he'll have no choice but to eventually surrender this vapid and baseless position.
And they also hate people of normal sexual behavior who...
Our standards, our norms.
Engage in traditional customs. So it's...
Traditional, as far as what tradition? Are they attacking the traditional family in all non-white here or there? Anywhere that traditional family, the traditional family is our family structure. Wherever that's attacked, there's collateral damage to non-white families. But you can look at all of the imagery. Fleckus and his co-hosts were talking about it. It's always the white family. It's always the white guy. Do they show in the media and the news the leftists? Do they show the traditional family in the form of a Jewish family and then show you how that family, that Jewish family, has to be ripped apart? Do they, Michael?
It's not as simple as all that.
So now it's a simple position. So I'm inclined to think that he's not learning. He is trying to control the frame so that his audience doesn't keep going this direction of noticing that the group being victimized is white, that the target is white people. It's not, your view is simple. We're going to keep pushing it because it's the truth and everybody can see it. And you're going to have to come around and speak the truth or they'll just stop following you, Michael.
I agree. There's a in as far as the liberals' identity politics are racial, and they are largely racial, then it is directed against white people. No doubt about it.
Every time it's racial. Every one of their arguments is based. You argue with them long enough. Sometimes it doesn't take nothing but a sentence or two. Every one is based in retributive justice against white people. Every time. Every single time. Not largely, not mostly. They always go back to retributive justice against white people. And that's the moral, the anti-white, immoral, moral imperative at work. That's why they always win. That's why it defeats Christianity.
You and I both agree. But there's more to it. And at the heart of it really is religion. All human conflict is not ultimately racial. Race can play a role in it, but all human conflict.
You see how he built a straw man right there? All human conflict. Cool Papa J Magic didn't say that all human conflict was race-based. That's a straw man and intellectually dishonest. And this guy is totally connected and went to prestigious schools, universities, prestigious circles, etc. And that was a straw man and intellectually dishonest. I doubt that he did that accidentally, but I don't know. I don't know his heart. He's welcome to have me on and we could talk about it.
Ultimately is theological. It gets down to how we view ourselves.
Okay, so every human conflict is theological. That's a bit of a stretch. How we view ourselves, that's not theological. A religion is something you adopt. There's something deeper than that.
And our place vis-a-vis other people and
our place vis-a-vis other people. It sounds like he's struggling a little bit. But again, I mean, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. If he wants to talk to me, I doubt he will. Because he knows he can, if he were to see me, just like Stu Peters and all these others, and they're like, that guy's smart as fuck. I'm not having him on. No. That guy is too bright. Not going to be able to make him look bad.
All of our place in the creation relative to our creator. It gets down to that fundamental point. And I don't.
Yeah, the fundamental point is the way the creator made us. That's the fundamental point.
Think there's any question that the secular libs hate Christianity.
The secular libs hate Christianity. Could you imagine calling your victimizer destroying your whole civilization something as innocuous as secular libs? Does that motivate you? Does that give you an identity? Does that give you a people? Does that help you to understand how to attain individual well-being by way of group well-being? What does it do for you? The secular libs. Could you imagine calling Satan himself? You only know that Satan or Lucifer or Beelzebub or any of these names are scary because you were told that they were scary at a young age. So it's seated there, your lived experience, the way you interact with it. How do you interact with something called secular libs? Totally anodyne, totally benign. It's not going to motivate you. And that's why we are where we are today. You go back to the conservative movements in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s. Go look them up. Go look at the literature. It's the same garbage that they're teaching today. So he's giving like this nervous smile at the end that it's all just theological. Wrong. If white people didn't practice Christianity, it would be shoved down our throats. If white people didn't practice Christianity, Biden would have built a crucifix, the kind I was talking, would have been visible from Mars on the White House lawn. If white people didn't practice Christianity, everyone knows it's true. His audience knows it's true. And the day's going to come, since we're going to continue empowering his audience with the tools that enable people to morally stand up against our victimization, people of all races to do so, stand up against the victimization of Western kind, and by extension, the collateral damage and victimization of non-white people. We're going to keep doing that, and he is going to be put in a precarious place, my friend, a very precarious place, to continue to tell people that something is not what it is, not what they can see with their own lion two eyes, with these concepts that finally give them the lenses to see through lies like this, to see through misinterpretations like this. You're going to have a hard time convincing them that reality is not the case. We don't have any announcements today. We're going to get up the Twitter space for those who want to participate, and we'll see what you have to say. A big happy Easter to everybody. Happy Ostara. What I wanted to do. Let's see here. And I've been rushing, so for those who have sent me any happy Easters or happy Ostaras, and I didn't get back to you, I have been busy. I'm sure you understand. I will get to you as soon as I'm capable. And let's see. Spaces. And so what do you think? What do you think about the meme pathogen, the cowardly statement of it's not about race, it's about dividing people? So what we have to do is everybody comes together and white erase Western kind. What do you think about that? The argument that Oliver Anthony was making. All right, we're up and running for just over an hour on the Twitter space if you would like to participate in it. Only announcement I have today is, what do rabbits say before they eat? Let us pray. Let me take a look at your comments. Where you tagged me, I will be getting back to you. And thank you for everybody who showed up today. It's an amazing thing. It's a surreal thing to have so many victories and have so many white people who don't even know, who are unable to even tell what a victory looks like. It's never about race unless it's about victimizing Western kind. Yes, I like that, Samuski. Exactly. Speedrunner says, I'm wearing a No White Guilt t-shirt to the Trump rally this year. Oh, that's going to be some big swash. God bless you, brother. That's going to be cool. Get a picture. You can blur your face out. Oh, the great Lunda Down Under is with us. He says his favorite comment is only half right. In his eyes? Question mark. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? That's a great point by Lunder, I think. Why did Knowles say it was his favorite comment when he said that it's simple and only was partially right? He said it was his favorite because the audience is supporting Cool Papa J Magic. Because he has to identify with them, not so he doesn't lose his audience. Oh, that's my favorite. And then cut it down. It's only partly right. It's simple. Great point. Chinwag is here. Hello to you. Let me scroll through and I'll take a quick look at the tags and then I will hand out the mic to those who would like to chat on the Twitter space. So get yourself ready. Slaughtz says they don't want success. They want, they might mean their failures get noticed. They don't want success. They might mean their failures get noticed. Which particular group? Thank you, good sir. Great to see you. Cindy Ben is here. Hello and welcome. Franklin says, let's see, once you're signed up, you can send emails asking him to have no white guilt on his show. So whoever this is, whatever content creator was on at the time, Franklin's saying you can sign up and then you can ask him to have me on the show as a guest. Thank you. Pear Lady is here. Hello and welcome. Jay Bishop is here. Hello and welcome. Vigil is here. Welcome, welcome to you. Oh, Slaughtz is referring to the VDARE and probably some of the others, says Franklin. For White Wellbeing is with us. Great to see you, brother. Would you kind of Saxon? He says, happy Easter, dear brother. A big happy Easter back to you. All right, let me swivel around this way and we'll see if we have any comments that I need to speak to before we hand out the mic the first time on the Twitter space. Get yourself ready. Says, let's see. Holding says he doesn't see color in people. And then every product, were you saying like that's what people say, that they don't see color in people? If that's the case, then yeah, I agree. Over there on Rumble, hello. Yes, we are here. To you. Any tags on DLive? I don't see any tags for me on DLive, I don't think. Might have had an ice cream cone from Spartan today. So, ice cream cone of cryptocurrency over there on DLive. Thank you so much, brother. She said, he said, Kathy Hochul banned bulletproof vests in New York. She's an evil pig. Yeah, she needs to be tried for treason. Absolutely. Thank you to everybody sending all of the little stickers. Over here on Odyssey, we have a is that PDG? Have you seen the cucked tweet by Elon about how the left is becoming anti-Semitic? Oh my God. Are you serious? And he also talked about how the media is racist toward Asians and whites. So included whites on the tail end of that. Oh my God. I hope to God that this guy, we cannot afford for him to be this dumb, willfully dumb. Jason, do you really train twice a day? Only on Tuesdays. 2 Gym Tuesdays is twice a day. Thank you for that. And yeah, I'll share some more fitness tips. All right, what do we have over here on the Twitter space? And I'll continue looking at all the different platforms we are on. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. I'll keep an eye out also for any financial gifts. Our request is to the great Slaughtz. And when he has the mic, he can jump in.
Hey, brother.
Hey, brother, how are you doing?
Doing pretty well. So good to be on here. But I wanted to speak to, Franklin did fill you in correctly. I was saying they don't want success because that might mean their failures get noticed, and that was about VDARE.
Yes, I see what you're saying. Yep. Yeah, that's. I mean, we saw that with a lot of the J-Spurg community too. That they really hate us because we're succeeding, and that shows that they're just using our victimization as a pretext to go after Jews. But yeah, you're right, 100%. But please, Mike is yours.
Exactly what I was going to say was It's more than just VDARE. It's everyone who's white sympathetic in any capacity. Success is kryptonite to them because they don't want their failures to be noticed. I wanted to talk to the Not About Race MP. I have an old one, and it hasn't caught on, but maybe it'll help spur some other discussion. But an old MC, I came up for it. It's not, an official MC. It's not bona fide. But I would say when the reason is unsound, the outcome is the intent.
Let me write it down. And go ahead, explain that if you could.
Yeah, so what I mean by that is when they're saying it's not about race, they're trying to say that the reason for them being anti-white is not sound. There's no sound reason to it. And there's no sound reason to them acting in a way that harms white people or harms the target they want to say is the real target. And so when they're saying, well, they're actually targeting this, and they're going through the motions of, denying the victimization of white people through that, the response is of saying when the reason is unsound, the intent is that the outcome is saying, okay, well, that's the outcome is white erasure. It's anti-whiteism. So we're gonna circle back to what the actual outcome is and what the actual thing that they're doing is, instead of saying they're just nuts or they're crazy, stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. I like that. Precisely.
That's all I had for now.
Astute observation, and you can hang on there and just mute yourself, brother, in case you get another thought that you'd like to add. But yeah, you're 100% correct. This idea that Knowles is trying to advance, that, and many others, that the anti-whiteism is like an incidental thing. Like, white people are being harmed. Yeah, they do have some concern for white people, but it's really just about Christianity. They really just don't like Christianity. That's the issue. This idea that it's like an incidental victimization is preposterous. Looking to, I think, in part, what the anti-whites say. I mean, they're clearly target white people when they have when they articulate what has to go. They talk about white in the West. They don't say Christianity, and aside from a small segment of really anti-Christian psychotics, which include people on both sides of the so-called socio-political spectrum. But they don't say that, and then we don't mind if white people get harmed. No, they say the problem is white. The problem is Western. The problem is when they go after the family, is Knowles going to attempt to argue, I guess he might, like E. Michael Jones tardily would, that the family exists in that shape because of Christianity, except that Christianity is practiced by a lot of different people, and their families don't take the exact form that they do in the West. So this is something that we're winning. Evidence abounds that the opposition, our victimizer, is anti-white, and that Christianity is destroyed because white people practice it. The evidence abounds. And that's why you can have a major institution like Daily Wire, big money involved, and talented, handsome content creators pushing something that's not the case. And you can have outsiders like us come in with the tools that work, demonstrating a moral lens for arguing against our victimization, and can have influence over that entire structure. Also note the difference. I think this is a poignant thing to consider as well. The disagreement, if you will, between Daily Wire by way of Knowles and Papa J Magic, and Daily Wire by way of Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes. See the fundamental difference there. Meditate on, ruminate on how the difference there reaches and lands on our brothers and sisters in their millions. People who say that what we've been saying all along, and now Jardina's research proves, that all these white people who have this positive white identity reject the white identity if it has anything to do with racial animus. So look at the difference there. Papa J Magic's disagreement with Daily Wire is that this is a hatred of white people, a targeting and victimization of white people. And then you have Daily Wire flubbing by way of Knowles and trying to push back and say, well, it's true, but it's a minor point. And then here's a straw man. And then here is so white people are being victimized and they are targeted. That's true. But it's really just comes down to the totally dearth of evidence of the war on Christianity. And therefore, white people are getting harmed instead of the other way around. Versus the conflict between Daily Wire, via Shapiro and Fuentes. How does that land on the general population? Hate the Jews is what Fuentes is saying. The Jews hold all the power. The Jews have to be taken out of power and replaced by Catholics. They have to have everything taken away and replaced all by Catholics, because it's a nice wish list that Fuentes and the rest of the content creators out there give. These wonderful wish lists. The country should be governed by Christians if we're a Christian country. Wonderful. Thanks, child. Thanks, kid. Thanks, kid. It would also be nice if we printed all the money. It would also be nice if we controlled the military. It would also be nice if we had allies with aliens from some other galaxy, and they have laser beams and space shields. Thanks for your insightful verbiage and ideas of how we reclaim or put an end, at least, to our victimization. Thanks so much. A great wish list. So look at the difference. Benny Shapiro, obviously loving his people, and Fuentes wanting folks to hate his people. So who looks good there? Well, it depends. Who are you asking? Depends on who you're asking. But the casual observer, the casual white observer, is not going to side with divest Jews of whether they're anti-white or bad or what have you, villains, innocent, wonderful people, big contributors to America or the West, no matter what they are. Divest them. White people are not going to get on board with that. Fuentes obviously looks like the villain. And the system is going to be pushing a lot of Fuentes from here moving forward to the election, because they want that to be the opposition to Biden and the Democrats. They want this irrational hatred of all Jewish people upon birth to be the opposition. Naturally, they would. What a colossal fundamental difference between Cool Papa J Magic's disagreement and Nick Fuentes' disagreement. Is there any question about what's the moral direction to go? What's the right way to go? And not only that, more importantly,
But what argument is winning? Is the hate all Jews upon birth argument winning? Or is the white race being victimized argument winning? Well, let's just look at the responses from the Daily Wire. In the case of the white race being victimized, the Daily Wire says yes. The Daily Wire says yes, and then they try to manage it. In the case of all the Jews are evil for all time, the Daily Wire says no. Who's winning? Nick Fuentes is getting dunked on by the Daily Wire, and we are dunking on the Daily Wire. You're welcome. The great Franklin writes that Fuentes will look back in embarrassment.
And notice that Cool Papa J Magic never brought up religion at all.
Yes.
And so this harkens back to what you said earlier in the stream, that they go to defending Christianity and say it's about Christianity in order to avoid saying that's about white people. And it's basically the same motivation behind what his response was to Papa J Magic. And that's kind of the same reason why we can't have the attitude of, you know, all people can be victimized in their own way. It's because they're using it as a straw man to deter people from saying, hey, white people are being victimized, and just remaining on topic.
It's perfect. You're right. You're absolutely, the great Slaughtz is right again. It is absolutely perfect. Remaining on topic from the using these tools that give you the power to be the moral actor and have, it's like an automobile. You don't exactly know, you probably don't, how the engine makes it race down the road at 150 miles an hour. These concepts are constructed and have gone through the testing of time, the application of the scientific method. They bring with them unspoken premises that empower you and compel your audience to behave in a certain way that makes us the moral operator in the interaction, which is where we weren't and why we lost Western civilization. Every encounter, it doesn't matter whether it's the janitor or a billionaire with their family members, has to be an encounter where we are the moral actor, where those who are arguing for an end to our victimization are the moral actors, and the opposition having to defend immorality. That's where we have to be. So it's the reason Christian morality lost to psychological warfare of anti-whiteism is because Christian morality is a series of lessons to be a moral person in your life, the average person's life, whereas anti-whiteism was created to undermine every bulwark of white Western civilization, to be redundant. So you can't push back against the anti-white psychological warfare by saying, well, Jesus said this, or God or Moses said that, or what have you. As you can see, that doesn't work. Here we are today. Beautifully done. Slaughtz was right by Cool Papa J Magic. And we continue to have these victories. I mean, just this past week, I want you to think about it. Our concepts, as a consequence of our strategy of forethought and our time and our efforts and our teamwork on the outreach team, etc., have made their way to the eyes of over 2 million people in a single week. Over 2 million. We are censored, we're shut down, we're silenced. They do everything that they can to bury us. What they didn't realize is that we are the seeds of a white awakening. Let's see in the live chat, we got a request for Mike, and I will pass that over in just a second. Logan says, I'm spending Easter
with no white guilt. God bless you all. God bless you, Logan. Thank you for that. Chin says, no white guilt. What do you think motivates white anti-whites? The same thing that motivates. That's a good question. It's the same thing that motivates non-white anti-whites. In all cases, anti-whites want to victimize white people and the West for the feelings that they feel of inferiority that are inspired by our presence, by our history, by our accomplishments. You want any more evidence for it than this, or you won't need any more evidence for it than this. How many times have white people been told by more cowardly white people or more delicate or genteel white people, don't say, don't be proud about those things because that will hurt their feelings. Don't be proud. Don't say that you are clearly more. And then to answer your question, you, Bill, are clearly more an inheritor of the wealth, the intelligence, the beauty, the physical fitness, etc., of Western glory than the white person down the street, who we'll call him Tom, who is unhealthy, unwealthy, unindustrious, a lazy, laggard POS, ugly, etc. So Tom down the street, as a consequence of his birth, is inclined to hate what he also feels inferior in the presence of. So it's for that same reason that whites are motivated to anti-whiteism. They don't feel that they are inheritors of that glory and there's always something, no matter how well someone might do in a category or two, physical fitness, beauty, etc. There's always something or things that they can be jealous for. Jealousy is something that needs to be funneled in a healthy direction. Anti-whites of all races use anti-whiteism to legitimize their jealousy. And then they want to take revenge on what they don't feel connected to. Like, I don't have to feel connected to the great achievements of the Chinese to be able to go to China and contribute to their country and be a good citizen of China, a good businessman or whatever it is in China. But if I went over to China and decided I was going to take a different course, I was going to be jealous of their accomplishments, then I would end up going the exact same direction that the anti-whites do in the West, irrespective of race. So it's for the exact same reasons. They don't feel a connection. And so then what they do, and one of the reasons why they're some of the worst anti-whites, is because they, to various degrees, although I think the biospirit in some of these white anti-whites is really demented and broken and wrong, but they can still sense the glory of our biospirit. And so they invert it. And that's why some of the things they create are the ugliest, because it's an actual inversion of what we are. Whereas non-white people create, once they have numerical courage, they create just what they are. We can look at it and we know it's not us, and we don't feel comfortable the same way that non-whites don't feel comfortable in our societies. Anti-whites tell us that endlessly. But it's not in and of itself, in and of the projection itself, an inversion of us. So that's a great question. Thank you for that. Really quickly, let me get one more and we'll pass the mic over. I look at no white guilt as an off-ramp from going after various ethnic groups. I've gone back and forth, and this one always makes me feel the best. I like to experiment, says Speedrunner. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. That's a great testament. The reason why you feel good here is because it is natural for us to love and protect our own. It's not natural to live one's existence in hatred of another. Remember on the battlefield that the soldier doesn't die for his hatred of the man on the other side of the field. He dies for his love
for those who are behind him. That's what motivates you to great passion and great deeds. All right, let me see a request we have here. Oh my goodness, it's Lunda down under. You have the mic, and unmute when you have it and share your thoughts, brother. Uh-oh, I don't hear you, but I saw you try to speak.
G'day, Jason. How's it going?
Oh, man, it's fantastic, brother. Good to hear from you. Other side of the world. What's on your mind, brother?
Well, I'm here to humbly reveal a fantastical secret today.
Okay.
Almost no one knows this, and I would advise folks to remain seated as you hear this, but it's my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, man.
Sing this song.
Wow. Let's get this man some birthday cake in the live chat, folks. Please. Thank you very much. Happy birthday to you, brother.
Yeah, I'm an April Fool's baby. I know I'm a day ahead of you guys, so it'll be tomorrow for you, but yeah, that only gives you a day to plan out fantastical pranks that you'll get to tell me all about tomorrow.
All right, yeah, we'll do that. We'll have to do that now. That's great. Do you have any plans or maybe goals for this next year of your life when it comes to white well-being?
Oh, I don't know. In terms of goals, yeah, just keep on keeping on. Keep improving my my abilities and the application of the lexicon, I suppose, in public. Now that I have a couple of folks in my area that are going free, I'll be able to spread it locally. But yeah, I won't be able to stay too long. I've got places to be and people to do, something like that. But it's it's not about race thing. Yeah, it's completely asinine.
Yeah.
Only low IQ individuals can think something like that up, and even lower IQ folks can take it as gospel.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And what is this hard on that Fuentes and his ilk have for the Catholics? Isn't the Pope as anti-white as they come?
Yes.
And they hold him up as his religious representative. It makes no sense.
Well, it doesn't make sense because Fuentes uses religion to get donations from loyal Catholics, and of which he's gotten tons of money, and as a shield for his villainy, for his villain role playing, the exact same way that Kanye West did. You go on the attack, you slander people, and then you break out Christian. And I think it's really disgusting. And I think real people who actually are proud Catholics, Christians of various types, they should utterly reject anybody who uses the religion this way. There's no need to mention the religion when you attack those who victimize us. Any effort to break it out as a shield to protect you in your villain role playing is utterly despicable, and the sign of a black character, a horrible character. And that's what he's doing. His followers, though, I think a lot of them are Catholic or Catholic light, maybe. And so they also feel like they can kind of defend their objection. And that's what I see, Lokki, over all these years, these efforts in the white sympathetic, both explicit and implicit spheres to dismiss, deflect the criticism of themselves with other excuses when they object to anti-whiteism in various ways. In this case, when it comes to Fuentes, he doesn't care. It doesn't strike me at all about caring about white people. He knows what happens to people who slander Jews as a group, as a people. And he's said it many times. And yet he'll still advocate for his followers to do the exact same thing, knowing that it ruins lives. It's easy to say when you have big Catholic donors that will keep you afloat because they think that you actually are concerned with Catholicism and they feel like it's their religious duty. That's really a big grift. But it is just utterly despicable and shameful when you send average guys out into the world who, if they're white, and a lot of his followers are not, they're Hispanics, but white, and they go out into the world already hates them. The world hates us. And they find it impossible to get a white girl interested in them and to get a decent job and etc. And he's going to have them out in the world talking about Jewish world power. Like they could, like if that was the problem for white people, like they could do anything about it. So talking about things that they can't do anything about, but will absolutely ruin their lives. Totally despicable.
Yeah, somehow I knew it'd be about money. But it's a weird evolution in Christianity and the nationalist sphere. I mean, back in the day, it used to be Protestantism that used to be the favored Christian denomination of the nationalists. And then people started dabbling with Orthodox Christianity during the years of the alt-right. And now they're just going to Catholicism as if that's going to be their next savior.
Yeah, it's laughable. It's sad, but it's worth the chuckle because you going back to a playbook that's already lost is clearly inept. I mean, that's like the nicest way. Some other words came to mind, but it's clearly inept, and it serves only the content creator that is being enriched and aggrandized by it. So God bless you, man. The great Lokki Lunda down under. Happy birthday to you. And please, man, call in more often. We love it when you call in.
Will do, mate. Cheers.
Cheers, brother. Wow, how awesome was that? The great Lunda, Thunder from down under. We have champs all around the world. You don't like what I'm saying? You need to be an adult and you need to take stock of what all of these other endeavors have failed to achieve for the objective of ending our victimization. Isn't that what matters? And not only have, in the Jaceberging circles, not only does it never have a hope of ending our victimization, in fact, it perpetuates our victimization, but it also doesn't have any hope in hell of damaging or undermining Jewish people. No hope in hell of it. I mean, how much can a shadow harm a person? And that's all these people are, just shadow haunting a people. So it's disgusting. And it's well below white people to do such a thing. It's really well below us. We need pride. We need to be men and women of the West. We need to talk about us. We need to deal with the challenges that we can change. Like you would have been before I came along, before all of these champions. I see the great Southern Bloom has showed up in the live chat. Great to see you, sister. Before we showed up, you would have been an adult, or let me rephrase it this way. You could have been an adult by saying, okay, so this group over here talks about Jews and the power that they have, and this group over here talks about the threats of blacks, and this group, all these things that you can't do anything. And you say to yourself, okay, I can't do anything about that. But what I can do is right in my purview, right in my life. What can I do when it comes to my family? What can I do when it comes to my friends? How can I try to work through the imbroglio of anti-whiteism, although you might have been calling it something different, that we are infected with, that we are victimized by? That would have been the adult thing to do. But so many of these people, they just like to play. I checked into a Twitter space the other night, and it was so disheartening. It was 200 and some white people that were playing. They were playing, friends. That's what's happening when you hear white people get together. I want you to really visualize this for a moment. When you hear white people get together and adults, and they are saying, we have to do this about the economy. We need this done with this international dispute. We have to, and they say, well, what should be done about
the farms that are going up in fire. Well, do you have something to say? I do have something to say. I think we should X, Y, or Z. And these people were speaking at length as though they were sitting at Davos, as though they were some of the richest and most powerful people in the world. They're playing. Where else do you see that? Where else do you see that behavior? They were getting together and they were saying, the problems that we face are, and then they name international movements, and they name economic challenges, or maybe even inherent problems in the application of capitalism. Right? They're articulating the big threats in the world as though they could do it. Where else do you see people do that? Toddlers. Children get together and they play house. They make a sandwich because they can't yet make sandwiches. They play that they are selling goods or services to each other and to their parents. They play boiling a can of tea. And then they play pouring it out for tea time, the little daughter does with dad. And they fake drinking this scalding hot tea. And they talk about their imaginary days. Little boys get together and we play war, that we're actual soldiers and that we're generals. These people are adults who are still playing. They're playing that they're international powerhouses, that they run countries, that they can make decisions about economies. For them, it's play. Those types of people will never come over. It's hyperbole that's warranted, but very few of them will actually decide to man up, to woman up, and make a change in the world. It's so much more fun and easy to play. Could you, maybe us and we're just like a dying breed in the West, but I would be crushingly ashamed to go to my job, and whether it's one of the blue collar ones I've worked, one of the white collar ones I've worked, and think about what we need to do about the economy. That would just be too embarrassing. The painful reality of how childish it is to play would haunt me. I couldn't do it. Clint Eastwood would not play adult. So you're thinking about like movie characters or books, or you think about real people. Well, my favorite, Andrew Jackson, he would not play being an adult. He just does. So that's something else that we are confronted with and we need to be aware of. And sometimes these people who are playing, they want to get into politics and they'll talk about, we need to take over the Republican Party. And that's totally futile. You can't take it over. You can become the resistance to our victimization, but you can't take over the political party that's called Republican or any other right wing in any way that could end up benefiting us and putting an end to our victimization. So we need to be well aware of those challenges as well. Let me check for any other comments or financial gifts. Jump in, brother.
I wanted to speak to something that's kind of what you touched on, and that was when I was white negative. I was acting as an ant-nat. I found myself always trying to abstractionize what I was targeting.
Mm-hmm.
What I was negatively targeting, and I was always trying to come up with abstract standards to try to make it a human or general sort of ideology or morality behind my actions and justify them. And that is just abstractionizing. And that was because my biospirit was rejecting this defining myself by negativity inherently. And so I just thought that kind of aligned with what you were saying there.
Absolutely did. Absolutely. And that's a great testimonial about your experience when you were white negative, which, if you're new here, folks, that means that you are feeling and expressing racial animus for other groups of people. Just know, on the basis of their birth, not on the basis of their anti-whiteism. Like, there are plenty for all the people out there who dislike all Jews. There are plenty of anti-white Jews, but the problem with them is that they're anti-white, not that they're Jewish. It's the same thing with any other group, white people as well. The problem with anti-white white people is that they're anti-white, not that they're white. If you're coming from this position, Slaughtz is pointing out when he was there that he sought to abstractionize everything instead of talking about our real victimization. A lot of white negatives do that. And you see where that ends up getting us as well. Here we are today where Jesus and patriotism are banned from the Easter egg painting competition. And in its place, they are celebrating the antithesis by proclamation of the President of the United States, the antithesis to our norms. And that's a great connection there to Knowles trying to say, well, they just don't hate, or they just hate normal sexuality. Is it just normal sexuality? Or is it our normal sexuality? It's ours. And as I've said before, even more importantly, even if every single people everywhere on the earth for all time had the exact same norm for human sexuality and family creation, we would still, the smart thing to do would still be to protect the norm that we have created as ours, as an expression of who we are. Because if it's an abstraction, if it's a universal that doesn't inspire the human animal to fight, the human animal will fight and will get righteous when we see what is ours being destroyed, when we see ourselves being divested of what has given us, of these numerous things that have given us strength over time. Great point.
And white people are dehumanized. So when you say it's a injury against humans, you don't consider white people humans, and you just don't get motivated.
Oh, great point. The great Slaughtz, great point. So true. We have been dehumanized. Absolutely. When they say it's against humankind, then it's not including us. In fact, when you come across people, if they're using that, just say, are white people, I've done that in the past. Are white people included in that? I mean, can we say that it's wrong to violate and harm, victimize white people on the basis of their race? I've taken, and this is a fun little experiment you can do as well, if you come upon somebody like this, is to say, so it's wrong to victimize Jews on the basis of their birth, right? We agree. Yes. And blacks, on the basis of their birth? Yes. And whites? Watch what they say then. Watch how they'll say. In fact, can anybody remember, wasn't there a clip of, it was either a video clip or it was a live chat conversation where one of these conservative brothers or sisters that want to abstractionize about everything fell right into that trap, and suddenly it was like, well, it's humans. Get to white people, well, it's humans. Well, No White Gale Clips did it, didn't he? When he took the strategy that I articulated on Jason Goes Political, and this demigod went out and engaged the politician and said, okay, so all these other groups, we're against, he's like, yes, we're against harming any of these other groups. And did he actually say a black or anybody? Did he name any of the other races? And then when Clip said, okay, can you say white people? And he totally lost his spit, came out of his mouth. That was glorious. Slaughtz is absolutely right. We got another request from Mike, and I'll take a look at that in just a minute. Let me look here. We have the great first last champion, hero, glorious gentleman. $5 financial gift. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. Over there on Cash App, said everything he wanted to say with that comment, with that donation. We'll swivel around, and looks like we have about 15, 20 more minutes on the Twitter space. Let me make sure we're not missing anybody over here. Open Borders said over here on Entropy, unless I didn't notice it earlier. He says, hey, Jason. Well, a big hey back to you, brother. We have on Odyssey, it looks like, let's see. Oh, no, it wasn't on Odyssey. It was on D Live. That's right. Over here on D Live, we have 2 ice cream cones from Fledgling of Cryptocurrency. Thank you so much for that. And Fledgling asks, Jason, do you train every single day? So working out, training. No, not every day. Your body, your muscles, your sinew, your ligaments, your tendons, your bones are recovering, and after you break them down with a workout. So if you were to train every day, I mean, is it possible to train every single day without hitting the same muscle groups in one way, shape, or form? Yes. Are you going to be having a massive amount of calories? Yes. To be able to sustain that, you can do that. Maybe even sports enhancing drugs. But if you want to be healthy and glorious like myself, then every day would be too often. Yes, on Tuesdays, I do 2 gym Tuesdays because of traffic. And there are certain exercises I want to do on Tuesdays that I can't do at one gym, and I want to get on the road and get a ways away down the road closer to home, and I can't get it all done at that first gym. So that's the reason for it. And we also have, Fledgling says, Fuentes will look back from prison. Well, maybe. He's too valuable, honestly, to the anti-whites. He's way too valuable to the anti-whites. I mean, he absolutely personifies the anti-Jew villain in the anti-white narrative. And so he'll keep getting mentioned by mainstream people and outlets to keep him in people's faces. This is our resistance. These are the people who are opposed to us. And he'll keep doing harm to Catholicism by using it as this shield, this disingenuous shield. It's like the reverse of a false flag, in a way. He's making it sound like, this is about, I'm just doing this for Catholicism, when it absolutely is not for Catholicism. You want to preserve Catholicism, you've got to end the victimization of Western kind. And you're not going to be able to do that by playing the villain in the anti-white narrative, disparaging all Jewish people on their birth. I'm kind of surprised that, well, maybe not, that the Daily Wire doesn't know how to easily shut him down with argumentation. Maybe they'll figure it out. If they want help, they could reach out to me, but I doubt they will. All right. We'll check the live chat. June is here, and then we'll go over to the Twitter space. Francesca is here. Hello and welcome on this Easter Sunday. And looking for tags right now.
Like a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
They don't know how to address him as and shut him down because they're still stuck in the anti-white narrative that somehow hating other groups of people is white positive and helps white people.
Correct. Great point. Yeah, great point. I see Promethean Kitchen is with us. Ed Poe is also with us. Hello and welcome. Great to see you all. And of course, the great First Last is in the live chat as well. Wonderful to see you, champion. Let's see. Oh, I don't see it's now gone. The request for Mike is now gone. But if it comes back, I will get to you. But I appreciate everybody who showed up today on this Easter. Happy Easter to every single person on planet Earth, especially here in the West. Happy Ostara as well. We are into spring. It's blooming here. Everything is blooming. It looks glorious and inspires me. The attack on Western kind and the attack on our religious traditions inspires me to do. You see, I and we put us first. We always put us first. We always put our well-being first. And that means those things that are ours, we defend. That's going to be various religions. Obviously, Christianity is by far the largest. And we don't, as a consequence, battle each other over these things. Because, as I've noted many times in the past, that's like being in the Alamo and arguing with the guy beside you as the fort is ringed and death is imminent about what the future economy of Texas should be like. Oddly enough, I mentioned that now. And I was on that Twitter space listening to them talk about what we should do about the economy, what we should do about the coming eclipse, what we should do. I mean, they even had for 200 some odd people listening live and interested. There was even one guy talking in painful detail about every single thing that happens after death. Isn't that interesting? Talk about children at play. You know, I used to see these signs, and this comes forcibly back to me over the years. You drive into a neighborhood and you would see the sign that says, slow children playing. And then I thought, boy, that's sad. All these slow children. But then I got older and I saw the sign, slow men at work. And I thought, well, at least they got jobs. That's what we're surrounded with, unfortunately. And we're still pushing through with these colossal successes. Over 2 million people. It's just unconscionable. It's absolutely. And how many people do we have here? How many people will we have here who will watch the stream in replay? It's surreal. It's like being trapped in this phantasmagoric nightmare where your people, you expect them to rally to their own defense. And I expected that once there were tools available that worked, it would be this massive rallying. And then the numbers would give legitimacy that intelligence, or the lack thereof, is unable to see in the thing. But they didn't. Instead, they would rather play. They never suffer disrepute, no matter how many times they fail, no matter how ugly it gets, no matter how harmed they are, no matter how illogical it is. Like this demand across Twitter recently about who are you with, the black woman or the Jewish guy? Neither. I'm with white people. I'm for ending our victimization. No one has control over whether or not Jews exist. So it is a childish thing. It is a hateful thing to condemn people, and it's a hypocritical thing. White people hate hypocrisy. And you can see this by way of the fact that so many content creators stop at just pointing out hypocrisy. White people will give money to people who will point out hypocrisy. They think a profound point has been made when you point out hypocrisy. White people instinctually feel disgust at hypocrisy. But then you're going to go out there and say that white people can't be judged on the basis of our birth, but blacks and Jews can? It's inept. But thank God, thank the good Lord that we're here with these successes, because if there weren't, there would be nothing. And there'd be more of these Kayleys out there having their skull crushed by anti-whites, and nobody would do anything about it. They would just complain. Like Dane on Twitter. When she got started, she had a tiny Twitter account, and people were getting at her with us and me, telling her about me. Now she has a colossal account getting lots of pats on the head, as a lot of females love to get. Pats on the head. You're doing good. And not a word
No, not following me, not a word about us, utterly despicable. Just looking at the world from the position of a selfish individual. And this could adversely affect me, so it's got to go. It's definitely the kind of thing that is for people. What we're doing here is for people who are higher IQ'd and mature adults. But the children, the adult children out there, are going to have to submit themselves to what is clearly superior to everything else. So, yeah, unfortunately, the content creators that personify the villain in the anti-white narrative, they're going to be pushed by the anti-whites themselves. They're going to be mentioned as the ultimate villain. They're going to be mentioned as the force that has to be taken down. While these people with that popularity affirm the anti-white narrative's position, as Slaughtz, to this point at least, was obliquely was mentioning a moment ago, that non-white people have to suffer for us to have well-being, and that we here totally reject. Non-white people will be better off if our victimization ends. In countless ways, they will be better off. No people have to suffer for us to have well-being. That is preposterous. And here we're speaking globally, or from, like the 80,000 foot view. Of course, like this villain, anti-white, non-white villain, Hispanic guy that was telling everybody to steal homes in America and here's how you do it. And they've now arrested him. He should suffer, obviously. But here we're speaking about whole peoples. He'll be, of course, I don't know if you all heard that, he'll be released. Rest assured, he'll end up being released because he has an anchor baby. That's his child, born in the U.S. He's not going anywhere. So this is just sort of one of these Democrat efforts in an election year to make it seem like, look at what we've done. We went out and arrested this guy. Spud's asking who Dane is. It's just this female account on Twitter that has made herself wildly. She's one example of many. I mean, I'm not picking on her. One example of others who have made her account colossal and by way of spreading the victimization of white people from the position of selfish individualism. She shared a video the other day, and what I responded to, and of course she did not respond. She never has. When her account was like 10,000, didn't respond. A video of a non-white person beating up a white person, and wrote something along the lines of, what are we going to do about these people? Nothing. This isn't the bee nest on your porch, bitch. Open your eyes. Nobody's going to rid your porch of the bee's nest. That's not how human beings work. A bunch of selfish individualists complaining about the problems on their property. Nothing. So the best thing that she could do is to start following me and apologize for having ignored me and the positive work that we were doing. Because she's a person who we can look at, unlike these others, when we strategize, who's good and who will take up a moral position. She ain't one of them. She has not demonstrated that. She's demonstrated that she wants to grow the account and gets pats on the head.
You had mentioned that anti-whites name their villains, and it reminded me of the Gemini situation with you.
Oh, yeah. How so?
Oh, because you weren't mentioned at all on the accounts that were taken off.
Yep. Great point. Yeah, they happily mentioned the others who more clearly position themselves as villains in the anti-white narrative. Not a mention of us. Not a mention.
keep that group silent. We don't want anybody to know about them. We don't want people to know that we at Gemini and the anti-white ADL, working with them, object to the well-being of white people. We don't want people to know that. So, but yes, they want people to know that they do object to the vilification of non-white people on the basis of their birth. We have another request here. Let's see who this is. Oh my God, it's Based White is with us. He has the microphone, and it is yours when you unmute, my friend.
Hey, Jason, I just had a real quick thought the other day during the gathering. You were talking about the females that were attacked in New York City, and they were trying to have an abstraction that the cities are less safe than living somewhere else was the abstraction. And of course they replied, oh, I've never been attacked before. And that's the point is that there's an entire percentage of the population that can't even fathom what an abstraction is. So another thing I've seen recently was you ask somebody how they would feel if they skipped breakfast this morning. And most of the time they reply, oh, but I had breakfast this morning. And it's just another demonstration of that people, there's an entire percentage of the population that does not understand what an abstraction is. And there's no way you're going to be able to defend an abstraction to these people. So you have to go free. And that's all I have to say tonight.
God bless you, brother.
Awesome.
Hero. Slaughtz, you have something to say?
Oh, I was just saying awesome, because that's an awesome observation.
It really is. Very well said. It's absolutely, and you can see this. I mean, thank God we have all the smart people that have shown up here, the actually intelligent, not the people who are just with their noses in the books all the time and they want to tell you about different periods in history, facts and names and things like this. But people who actually are able to compute. That's what intelligence is. Here you have New York City, and what will our unfortunately misled and misguided conservative brothers and sisters, how will they be talking about this? Abstractions. We have, quote, we have allowed the cities to get violent, close quote. We have owning their own victimization and talking about the change as an abstraction. It's just like we were talking about the prosecutor when it came to Kaylee's school, that schools have become violent. That's the problem. The problem is anti-whiteism. How so, Jason? How is it racial? If our norms as white people were still in place, how violent would schools be? If the punishment was still in place of our standards, how violent would the schools be? If white people weren't dehumanized by anti-whiteism, how violent could students be, white or otherwise, to non-white students? We can go on and on with this. It is plain to see that it is anti-whiteism. You can go to New York City, you could go to Baltimore, where the same terroristic white maiming, which is maybe what we should call this, they want to call it polar bear hunting, and the anti-whites in the media want to call it knockout game to trivialize it. I think it's more probably aptly called a white maiming, because nobody gets hammered in the face out of nowhere and doesn't suffer, if not physical trauma from it, cerebral, psychological, psycho trauma, emotional trauma from the attack. So this is about white men and can even kill you very easily. A punch can kill a person. So this is anti-white terrorism. And instead of talking about the fact that the elected representatives, the populations, that they are anti-white, instituting policies to white erase our norms for behavior, expectations for behavior, which is, of course, before things became so white erased, an expectation for behavior was that you would not randomly try to maim or kill someone with a punch. The white erasure of our standards in law enforcement and policing, and what would happen to you if you were to do such a thing. I mean, we were of the mind back before things were so white erased that we were fine. If you were to do such a thing, the white population would be totally fine for the police to show up and sick a dog on you and and taser you and beat the living hell out of you, and then bring you before a judge that would put you in jail for a very long time for your crime against Western civilization, civility, etc., for your crime against us. All that's been white erased. So this is very easy to explain. Why is it, as we come to the end here of this glorious Sunday gathering, Easter Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating the resurrection of Jesus Christ, it's very easy to see that all the way up to the White House, proclamations, the governor mansion in New York and elsewhere, and growing and spawning and metastasizing anti-whiteism, where they advocate, push everything that is antithetical to white people and our norms and our civilization, all the way to the point of robbing us of the resurrection of Jesus Christ on the day he rose from the dead. It's gone too far. It's time to stop talking about other groups of people. Stop complaining about other groups of people. Stop bad-mouthing other groups of people. All of that comes from a place of selfish individualism. It's time for us to come together, to look inward in love, to put an end to our victimization, to find individual well-being by way of group well-being. You all know it well. You'll be able to recite it to your friends, family, and strangers. And that's how the world is getting changed. That's how you want proof. You want proof of what we're talking about? We just put more than a handful, more than half a dozen concepts that we are pushing into the faces of 2 million plus people in 1 week. That's the proof. What more proof do you need? If God is ever going to take notice and come to the assistance of the victimized, of the beleaguered, it will be to the champions who are doing the moral and right thing. And that is this community. I love you all. Let's go free.